The stagecoach groans through a valley of dust and pale evening light, its wheels shaking so hard that your teeth click together every few seconds, and somewhere beyond the orange horizon a coyote lets out a long, lonely cry that sounds less like an animal and more like the land itself speaking in its sleep. The American West of the 1870s feels impossibly far away from the modern world. No electric lights, no humming highways, no glowing city skylines beyond the hills, just dry grass bending in the wind, saddle leather creaking softly, and a wilderness so wide that people sometimes disappear into it forever without leaving behind a single boot print anyone can follow. You sit stiffly inside the crowded coach while the smell of sweat, tobacco, horsehair, and damp wool blankets hangs thick in the air. Across from you, a tired man with a scar beneath one eye snores with his hat pulled low over his face. Nobody asks questions about scars out here. That is one of the first lessons the frontier teaches you. The driver suddenly shouts at the horses. The coach lurches sideways. Somewhere outside, metal chains rattle sharply. And then you see it, a small frontier town appearing slowly through the dust. A few wooden buildings, a church steeple leaning slightly to one side, thin smoke rising from chimneys, lanterns beginning to glow faintly against the coming darkness. It looks peaceful at first glance, almost comforting. But then you notice how every person standing outside watches the arriving stagecoach in complete silence. Nobody waves, nobody smiles. The Old West has a strange way of studying newcomers like wolves, examining something trapped in snow. You climb down from the stagecoach into dirt so dry it crumbles beneath your boots like powder. The evening air smells of horses, manure, whiskey, and distant rain that may never actually arrive. Somewhere nearby, a piano plays badly inside a saloon while men laugh too loudly over card tables. You are entering outlaw country now, not the polished fantasy from modern films with heroic music and dramatic slow-motion gunfights. Real outlaw life in the 1870s is smaller, dirtier, colder at night, much more exhausting. Most outlaws are not legendary gunmen wearing spotless black coats beneath cinematic sunsets. Most are tired young men with infected teeth, worn boots, nervous eyes, and absolutely no long-term plan beyond surviving another month, sometimes another week, occasionally another day. Oddly enough, historians still debate exactly how violent the frontier truly was. Old newspapers loved exaggeration because Eastern readers could not get enough stories about savage gunfights and fearless desperados. Some towns advertised their danger almost proudly. Violence sold newspapers even then. Yet modern researchers examining court records and cemetery reports sometimes discover that certain famous towns were quieter than the legends suggest. Others, unfortunately, were even worse. You walk past a hitching rail where exhausted horses droop their heads toward muddy water troughs. Their ribs show clearly beneath dusty skin. In the Old West, horses are worth more than most people. A reliable horse can carry you away from starvation, lawmen, blizzards, or hostile territory. Steal a man's horse, and frontier communities may punish you more harshly than murderers. Which sounds dramatic, until you remember that stealing transportation in the middle of nowhere could easily doom someone to death from exposure. The saloon doors swing open nearby. Warm yellow light spills onto the street, along with cigarette smoke and piano music that somehow sounds cheerful and mournful at exactly the same time. Inside, men crowd around gambling tables beneath hanging oil lamps. Their faces shine with sweat. Boots scrape across wooden floors, sticky with spilled whiskey. You hear coughing everywhere. Frontier towns are full of coughing. Dust enters the lungs constantly, so does smoke from cigars, campfires, coal stoves, and cheap cigarettes. Tuberculosis spreads quietly through places like this, drifting invisibly from room to room, while people focus on more immediate dangers like robbery or getting shot over a poker hand. You step carefully through the saloon while conversations pause briefly around you. That silence again. Frontier people become experts at studying strangers, because strangers often bring trouble. Maybe the newcomer is a cattle thief. Maybe a gambler fleeing debts. Maybe a Pinkerton detective pretending to be drunk. Maybe simply another desperate laborer searching for work. Or maybe an outlaw. The truth is that many Western outlaws look painfully ordinary. That surprises modern people most. Real outlaw gangs often include failed farmers, unemployed Civil War veterans, displaced ranch hands, miners ruined by bad luck, teenagers fleeing abusive homes, and immigrants struggling to survive in a brutal economy. The frontier creates opportunity, yes, but it also creates loneliness on a scale difficult to imagine today. A lonely man with no money, no family nearby, and no stable future sometimes begins making terrible decisions one small step at a time. First gambling, then theft, then fleeing, then violence. You order coffee instead of whiskey, partly because the trail dust has dried your throat completely, and partly because staying sober feels wise in a room where nearly everybody keeps one hand suspiciously close to a revolver. Frontier coffee tastes burnt enough to remove paint from a barn wall, but it is hot. And tonight, that feels strangely comforting. Near the back wall sits a man reading a wanted poster beneath the lantern light. You notice several others pinned nearby. Faded papers, large reward amounts, sketches of stern faces with impossible cheekbones. Some names become famous later. Others vanish into history without explanation. Many of those men are probably already dead. A strange feeling settles over you then. Not excitement exactly, something quieter. The sense that you are standing inside the beginning of a long, dangerous story where nearly everybody understands the ending already. Because outlaw life rarely ends peacefully. That is another myth the West eventually destroys. Most outlaws do not retire rich beside lakeside cabins while smiling grandchildren play nearby. Most die young from bullets, illness, accidents, freezing weather, infected wounds, drunken arguments, or simple exhaustion. Life expectancy on the frontier can be shockingly short, even for law-abiding citizens. For criminals, it becomes shorter still. Outside, darkness spreads slowly across the plains. The town lanterns flicker in the growing wind. Somewhere distant, thunder rolls softly beyond the hills. And already the Old West feels less like an adventure and more like a giant restless machine that swallows people whole. Still, you cannot help staring toward the black horizon with curiosity. Because somewhere out there beyond the campfires and railroad tracks, outlaw gangs move silently through the night. And before long, you will ride beside them. The next morning arrives cold enough to sting your lungs. You wake before sunrise inside a boarding house room so narrow that your boots nearly touch the opposite wall when you stretch your legs. The mattress beneath you smells faintly of mildew and old tobacco smoke, and sometime during the night a mouse scratched busily inside the wall beside your bed. Frontier luxury is a very flexible concept. Outside, wind whistles through gaps in the wooden boards, while somewhere downstairs somebody coughs with frightening intensity. You hear spurs clinking against floorboards. A woman laughs tiredly, then silence again. The Old West often wakes slowly, like a sore animal reluctant to move. You sit up carefully and reach for your hat. Even sleeping feels strange here, because nobody truly relaxes. Men sleep lightly with revolvers nearby. Travelers hide money inside boots or beneath mattresses. Boarding house owners sometimes inspect guests while they sleep, quietly judging whether they look trustworthy enough to remain another night. And trust out here is a currency rarer than gold. When you step downstairs, the boarding house smells of frying salt pork, cheap soap, wood smoke, and damp wool drying near the stove. Several men sit at a rough wooden table drinking black coffee in near silence. One keeps glancing toward the window every few seconds, waiting for someone or fearing someone. On the frontier, those two emotions often become identical. The boarding house owner, a heavy-set woman with tired eyes and rolled sleeves, slides a tin plate toward you without asking your name. Nobody seems eager for names here. You notice that even introductions feel strangely incomplete in Western towns. Call me Frank. Name's Billy. People call him Red. Rarely anything more. The frontier becomes crowded with invented identities because so many people are escaping something behind them. Failed marriages, army desertion, gambling debts, Civil War memories, arrest warrants, family disgrace, land disputes, sometimes just unbearable boredom. Historians still argue about how many Western outlaws deliberately changed their names, though evidence suggests it happened constantly. Newspapers occasionally misidentified dead criminals because nobody knew their real identities at all. A man might die beneath one name while being born under another and hunted under a third. You chew slowly on tough salt pork while staring through the dusty window toward the street outside. The town looks different in daylight, less mysterious, more exhausted. Mud mixed with horse manure dries into cracked patterns along the road. Thin dogs wander between buildings, searching for scraps. Two children carry buckets toward a water pump while arguing softly. A drunk sleeps beside a wagon wheel despite the freezing morning air. And there, nailed outside the sheriff's office, hangs another cluster of wanted posters fluttering in the wind. The papers move gently like nervous birds. A strange detail about outlaw life rarely mentioned in modern stories is how administrative it becomes. So much paper, telegraph notices, reward posters, train schedules, arrest records, letters between sheriffs. Even frontier violence slowly becomes organized by expanding American bureaucracy. The West is wild, yes, but civilization is creeping steadily toward it. You finish breakfast and step outside just as sunlight spills across the rooftops. The cold air smells cleaner now. Horses snort steam into the morning. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith hammers glowing iron with rhythmic metallic crashes that echo down the street. Then you notice him, the scarred man from the stagecoach. He leans against the hitching rail, smoking quietly, hat tilted low against the sunlight. Up close, he looks older than you first assumed. Late 30s, perhaps. Deep lines around the mouth. Eyes permanently narrowed from years squinting into desert wind. "You looking for work?" he asks. Simple question, dangerous question. In the 1870s, work can mean almost anything west of the Mississippi River: ranch labor, mining, escort duty, gambling, smuggling, stagecoach robbery. You answer cautiously, "Maybe." He studies you for a long moment, then nods toward the edge of town. "Ride out with us this afternoon." Us? Interesting word. You ask no further questions because curiosity can become hazardous around outlaws. One strange reality of gang life is how little information members sometimes share openly. Compartmentalization protects everyone if arrests happen later. Even trusted riders occasionally know only fragments of larger plans. Modern criminal organizations still use similar methods today, which is oddly comforting in a deeply uncomforting way. The scarred man introduces himself only as Cullen, probably not his real name. As he walks away, you notice his revolver tied low beside the thigh, in the frontier style made famous later by dime novels and films. Yet authentic Western gunfighters rarely wear their weapons for dramatic flair. Low holsters help while riding horseback for long hours. Practicality shapes the West far more than style ever does. The town grows busier toward midday. Freight wagons arrive coated in trail dust. Cowboys ride in leading restless cattle. A preacher stands near the church offering salvation to men who clearly prefer whiskey. Somewhere, a harmonica plays softly through an open window. And over everything hangs that constant sense of uncertainty, because frontier towns can change violently in minutes. A card game argument, a drunken insult, a stolen horse, a suspicious stranger recognized too suddenly. Unlike modern cities with organized police forces and rapid communication, many Western settlements exist in fragile balance. Law enforcement is inconsistent. Jails are small. Judges sometimes live several days away. Vigilante justice appears frequently because communities often fear that official systems cannot protect them quickly enough. Sometimes they are correct. Sometimes vigilantes become more dangerous than the criminals themselves. By afternoon, clouds gather overhead in thick gray layers. Wind sweeps dust through the street hard enough to make people pull bandanas across their faces. You meet Cullen near the livery stable beside 3 other riders, already mounted. Nobody smiles. One man barely looks older than 90. Another keeps nervously tapping his thumb against the saddle horn. The oldest rider carries a shotgun across his lap and watches the street constantly, like someone expecting gunfire any second. Cullen hands you a canteen. "You can ride." You nod. Good enough. No grand speeches, no blood oaths, no dramatic initiation. That is another Hollywood fantasy, quietly dissolving beneath the real frontier sky. Most outlaw groups operate more like temporary survival arrangements than glamorous secret brotherhoods. Men join because they need protection, money, transportation, or companionship. Loyalty exists, certainly, but often mixed uneasily with fear and desperation. The horses begin moving westward out of town. Hooves crunch softly against dry earth. Behind you, the little frontier settlement shrinks slowly into the dust, while church bells ring faintly through the wind. Ahead lies open country. Empty plains, cold rivers, hidden camps, and the long, dangerous world of men who live outside the law. The town disappears behind you faster than expected. Within an hour, the church steeple is gone. Within 2 hours, even the smoke from the chimneys fades, into the enormous western sky, leaving only open grasslands rolling endlessly beneath darkening clouds. The silence out here feels different from ordinary silence, bigger somehow, heavy enough to press against your ears. Only the horses make noise now. Leather creaks softly. Hooves strike dirt in slow rhythm. Metal tack jingles gently whenever the riders shift in their saddles. Nobody speaks much. Outlaw travel in the 1870s often involves long stretches of quiet, because talking wastes energy and attention. Riders scan hills constantly for movement. A distant dust cloud might mean cattle drivers, or lawmen, or another gang, sometimes simply wild horses. Though even wild horses can create trouble if they spook your mount unexpectedly. The young rider beside you finally breaks the silence near midday. "Where you from?" Simple question again. Still dangerous. You hesitate long enough for him to notice. He grins faintly beneath wind-cracked lips. "Don't matter," he says. "Nobody out here from where they claim." The others laugh softly at that. And honestly, he is probably correct. The American frontier becomes crowded after the Civil War, with wandering men carrying complicated histories they rarely discuss openly. Some truly are fleeing crimes. Others simply wish to erase old versions of themselves. A failed farmer in Missouri can become a gambler in Kansas. A discharged soldier can reinvent himself as a ranch hand in Wyoming. A thief can pose as a cattle drover until someone recognizes him from a wanted poster. Identity out here behaves like dust in the wind. Loose, temporary, easy to reshape. The young rider introduces himself as Eli, probably another false name. He cannot stop talking once he begins, perhaps from nervousness or loneliness. Frontier isolation affects people strangely. After days of silence, some men suddenly spill entire life stories beside campfires to complete strangers they may never see again. Eli claims he once worked railroads in Nebraska before punching a supervisor hard enough to lose both the job and several teeth. "Railroads pay bad," he mutters, "and they treat men worse." That part, at least, is true. Railroad expansion transforms the West rapidly during the 1870s, bringing money and settlement while also creating brutal labor conditions. Thousands of workers live rough temporary lives, laying track through dangerous terrain. Gambling, drinking, violence, and petty theft follow railroad camps constantly. Civilization expands westward, carrying its own chaos with it. By late afternoon, the sky turns pale gray. Wind sweeps colder across the plains. You pull your coat tighter while the riders angle toward low hills rising ahead. Cullen finally speaks. "Camp there tonight?" You notice how everybody obeys him automatically without formal discussion. Outlaw gangs usually develop loose hierarchies based less on charisma and more on experience. The man who survives longest often becomes leader almost by default. Age matters, calmness matters, good judgment matters even more. Reckless gunmen rarely live very long. That surprises many people raised on Western myths. Historical evidence suggests skilled outlaws often avoid violence whenever possible because shootings attract posses, detectives, newspapers, and revenge seekers. Robbery itself already carries tremendous risk. Adding unnecessary killing only increases pressure from authorities. Of course, some men enjoy violence anyway, and those men make life dangerous for everyone around them. The camp appears gradually between rocky hills beside a narrow stream half hidden by cottonwood trees. At first glance, it looks unimpressive. Just a few bedrolls, blackened fire stones, empty coffee tins scattered near the brush. But the riders visibly relax. Home, in a temporary outlaw sense. The horses are unsaddled first, always first. Another reality frontier stories often get correct is the central importance of horse care. Exhausted animals die quickly in harsh Western environments. Men may skip meals themselves while still feeding horses carefully. Without horses, outlaws become trapped, and trapped outlaws usually become dead outlaws. You help gather firewood while dusk settles slowly over the hills. The evening air smells of cold water, damp earth, horse, sweat, and sagebrush crushed beneath boots. Somewhere nearby, insects hum softly in the grass. No heroic music, no dramatic speeches, just tired men building another temporary shelter beneath an indifferent sky. Cullen kneels beside the fire pit, striking matches against his boot heel. After several failed attempts, the flames finally catch, glowing orange against the growing darkness. Coffee boils soon afterward, inside a dented metal pot blackened from years of campfires. Frontier coffee again, burnt enough to frighten modern doctors, still comforting. As night deepens, conversations drift lazily around the fire. Not stories of glorious robberies, mostly complaints. Cold weather, bad horses, terrible food. A sheriff in Colorado who apparently smells like rotten onions and funeral flowers. Oddly specific insult. Eli produces a greasy deck of cards from his coat pocket. Another rider begins cleaning mud from revolver cylinders with careful concentration. Firelight flickers across tired faces, lined with dust and exhaustion. And slowly you realize something unsettling. Most of these men barely resemble the terrifying outlaws described in Eastern newspapers. They seem poor, restless, uneasy. One even snores lightly before the conversation fully ends. That does not make them harmless. Of course, desperate people can become extraordinarily dangerous. Yet frontier criminal life contains far more boredom and discomfort than modern legends admit. Historians sometimes call this the mythology gap. Dime novels published back east transform Western criminals into larger-than-life anti-heroes because Eastern audiences crave adventure stories. Reality sells less effectively. Nobody purchases thrilling serialized fiction titled "Young Men Slowly Develop Back Problems While Eating Beans Beside a Cold Campfire." Though honestly, that version sounds strangely relaxing. The shotgun rider, whose name may or may not actually be Mercer, suddenly asks whether you have ever killed anyone. The question lands heavily in the darkness. Wind moves softly through the cottonwoods overhead. You answer carefully. Mercer nods once. "Good," he says quietly. "Means you still think before reaching." No further explanation, but the fire feels colder afterward, because beneath the dusty jokes and tired laughter, violence waits constantly around outlaw life. Every rider here understands it. Most have seen death up close. Some likely caused it. And tomorrow, somewhere beyond these hills, trouble waits again. The frontier never allows peace for very long. Above the camp, stars emerge one by one across the enormous western sky. No city lights dim them. No engines interrupt the silence. Only firelight, cold wind, and the uneasy feeling that somewhere beyond the darkness, somebody may already be hunting your camp tonight. Morning arrives with frost silvering the grass around camp. You wake beneath stiff blankets while the fire collapses quietly into glowing red coals. For a few sleepy moments, the world feels strangely peaceful. Pale sunrise spreads slowly across the hills. Horses graze beside the stream, with steam drifting shyly from their nostrils. Somewhere distant, a hawk circles high above the plains. Then Mercer spits into the dirt and mutters, "Storm coming," and immediately the calm changes shape. That is frontier life in many ways. Peace never fully settles because people remain constantly alert for weather, hunger, disease, accidents, and other humans, especially other humans. You sit up rubbing cold fingers together while Cullen pours coffee into dented tin cups. Breakfast consists mostly of beans reheated from the previous night and strips of dry bacon tough enough to resemble salted leather. Nobody complains. Outlaw camps survive on practicality rather than comfort, though privately you begin to understand why frontier people become obsessed with food in letters and diaries. Historians studying wagon trail journals often notice how much space travelers devote to describing meals. Hunger shapes memory powerfully. After weeks of trail dust and hard labor, even plain biscuits can feel miraculous. Eli stares miserably into the bean pot. "If I die," he says, "bury me somewhere with fresh pie." Mercer snorts, "You ain't getting buried at all." Dark humor thrives in dangerous places. The riders pack camp quickly once the sun clears the hills. Blankets rolled tight, coffee grounds scattered, fire buried carefully beneath dirt. Experienced outlaws avoid leaving obvious traces because posses sometimes track campsites across astonishing distances. Tracking itself becomes an important frontier skill, though modern films occasionally exaggerate it into near supernatural ability. Real trackers rely less on magical instincts and more on patient observation. Broken grass, ash warmth, horse droppings, boot patterns, bent branches, tiny clues everywhere. You ride north through rocky country where narrow trails twist between hills covered in sagebrush. Wind carries the sharp scent of rain now. Dark clouds gather steadily overhead. Cullen finally explains part of the situation sometime before noon. "There's a buyer near Wichita," he says. "Need to reach him before Friday." Buyer. Interesting word again. Nobody explains what exactly is being sold. You suspect horses, maybe weapons, possibly stolen cattle. Frontier outlaw networks often blur together economically. Horse thieves cooperate with smugglers. Gamblers share information with robbers. Corrupt businessmen quietly purchase stolen goods while publicly condemning crime in newspapers. Entire local economies sometimes depend indirectly upon illegal activity. Human morality becomes wonderfully flexible when profits appear. By afternoon, rain begins falling in cold, slanting sheets across the plains. Within minutes, everybody is soaked. Hollywood westerns rarely linger on weather long enough. Real frontier travel becomes physically miserable with astonishing speed once storms arrive. Wet wool clothing grows heavy, saddles turn slippery, gunpowder must stay dry, fingers numb from cold rain struggle with reins and buckles, and there is absolutely nowhere comfortable to hide. You pull your collar high while the horses trudge through mud thickening beneath their hooves. Wind lashes rain sideways hard enough to sting your face. Eli curses continuously beneath his breath. Mercer merely looks annoyed. Perhaps, after enough years, the frontier simply exhausts a person's ability to feel surprised by discomfort. The riders eventually stop beneath a rocky overhang near dusk. Not ideal shelter, but enough to escape the worst rain. Horses are tied below while everybody crowds together beneath the stone ledge, listening to thunder rumble across the hills. The campfire refuses to cooperate at first. Smoke everywhere. Tiny, weak flames. Cullen crouches patiently over damp wood, muttering things probably unsuitable for church settings. Finally, the fire catches properly, glowing warmly against the wet darkness. Steam rises from coats drying near the flames. The smell inside the shelter becomes extraordinary. Wet leather, mud, horse sweat, wood smoke, cheap tobacco, and unwashed human beings wearing the same clothes for days. Frontier odor rarely appears in romantic Western paintings for understandable reasons. You sit close to the fire while rain drums steadily outside. Mercer removes one boot with a grimace, revealing wool socks stained dark from old blood near the heel. "Blisters split," he mutters. Nobody reacts dramatically because foot injuries plague Western travelers constantly. Long rides destroy knees, backs, swollen feet. Infection remains common, too. Small wounds become dangerous quickly without modern medicine. Historians examining military frontier records often find disease and infection killing far more people than direct violence. The West looks beautiful from a distance. Up close, it slowly tries to wear your body apart. As night deepens, the riders begin talking more openly. Maybe the storm creates temporary intimacy. Maybe exhaustion does. Eli admits he has never actually robbed a bank, despite pretending otherwise earlier. Mercer laughs so hard he nearly spills coffee into the fire. "You don't even look mean enough to rob chickens." Eli grins sheepishly. Then something surprising happens. Cullen starts telling a story about his younger years working cattle drives in Texas. Not dramatic outlaw tales, just ordinary memories, sleeping beside rivers, losing cattle during floods, riding through endless heat while insects covered the horses in thick black clouds. For several minutes he almost sounds peaceful. Human! That may be the strangest realization of all so far. Outlaws are not separate creatures from ordinary society. Most drift gradually toward crime through circumstance, bad luck, greed, pride, or desperation. Some move back and forth between lawful work and criminal work repeatedly, depending on opportunities available. The line separating outlaw from citizen often appears thinner than frontier communities, like admitting. Rain continues through the night. The fire crackles softly. Wind moans across the hills beyond the shelter. And somewhere during the quiet conversation, Mercer casually mentions a gang nearby that robbed a stagecoach last month before one rider accidentally shot himself climbing onto his horse afterward. Nobody laughs immediately. Then everyone does. Not because death seems funny, because frontier people develop strange relationships with mortality. Constant danger makes humor feel necessary somehow. Without laughter, fear might swallow daily life entirely. You lie down eventually beside the fading fire wrapped tightly in damp blankets. Outside, rainwater trickles through the darkness. The horses shift restlessly below the rocks, and while sleep slowly pulls at your thoughts, one truth settles heavily in your mind. Outlaw life is not glamorous. It is cold, wet, hungry, exhausting, and somehow people still keep choosing it anyway. The storm passes sometime before dawn. You know this because silence wakes you first. No rain striking stone, no wind pushing through the hills, just the soft crackle of dying embers and the distant sound of horses tearing wet grass from the ground below. For a long moment you remain wrapped in blankets, watching pale gray light spread slowly across the shelter ceiling, while the smell of smoke clings to your clothes and hair. Everything feels damp. Your coat, your boots, even your thoughts somehow. Mercer is already awake beside the fire, sharpening a knife against a whetstone with slow, careful strokes. Scrape. Pause. Scrape again. Sparks jump occasionally in the darkness. "You sleep?" he asks quietly. "A little. That's enough out here. Another frontier truth delivered without ceremony." The riders break camp early, because cold weather after rain can turn trails into rivers of mud by afternoon. Horses struggle through wet ground. Wagon wheels become trapped axle deep. Entire supply trains sometimes vanish for days during bad conditions. The American West in the 1870s still defeats people regularly through simple geography alone. As the horses move northward through the dripping hills, sunlight finally breaks across the plains in long golden bands. Rainwater sparkles on sagebrush. Birds emerge cautiously from cottonwoods beside the streams. For a few beautiful minutes, the frontier looks almost gentle. Then you notice a dead mule lying half-swollen beside the trail. No saddle, no owner nearby, just another reminder that survival out here remains uncertain for man and animal alike. Eli rides beside you, chewing jerky with visible misery. "Tastes like old boots," he mutters. "Probably is old boots," Mercer replies from ahead. Again the riders laugh softly. Food becomes a constant obsession because Western travel burns enormous energy. Riders may consume thousands of calories daily while still losing weight steadily from hard labor and irregular meals. Yet outlaw gangs often eat terribly: beans, salt pork, biscuits, coffee, dried meat when available. Fresh vegetables become rare luxuries, fruit practically mythical. One outlaw diary from the period reportedly describes an orange with such emotional intensity that modern historians almost laugh reading it. Months of frontier deprivation can transform ordinary food into near-religious experience. By midday, the hills flatten into broader plains, crossed occasionally by wagon ruts and telegraph lines stretching endlessly toward the horizon. Those telegraph poles fascinate you, tall, thin, almost ghost-like against the empty land. Civilization creeping westward one wire at a time. Cullen notices you staring. "Everything changing," he says quietly. There is something uneasy in his voice, and he has reason for unease. The telegraph revolutionizes law enforcement across the frontier. Before rapid communication, criminals could often outrun news of their crimes simply by crossing territory lines. Now, descriptions spread quickly between towns. Sheriffs coordinate more effectively. Railroad stations receive warnings in advance. The West is shrinking. Outlaws know it. You stop briefly near a trading post beside the trail during late afternoon. The building looks weather-beaten enough to collapse during strong wind, yet inside it contains astonishing treasures after days outdoors. Coffee sacks, canned peaches, soap, fresh bread, lantern oil, even peppermint candy stored inside cloudy glass jars. The smells overwhelm you immediately: flour dust, tobacco, leather, kerosene, dried apples hanging from ceiling beams. Civilization compressed into one tiny room. The storekeeper watches the riders carefully while pretending not to. Frontier merchants often cooperate cautiously with outlaw groups because refusing business entirely can become dangerous. At the same time, helping criminals too openly risks trouble with local lawmen. Neutrality becomes survival strategy. Cullen purchases supplies mostly with cash. Real outlaws frequently prefer cash transactions whenever possible, though stolen horses and counterfeit money circulate heavily through certain regions. Western economies remain surprisingly unstable during this era. Bank failures happen regularly. Mining booms create temporary fortunes before collapsing overnight. You notice a newspaper near the counter carrying headlines about another train robbery several states away. The article describes ruthless desperados and terror upon the frontier. The storekeeper rolls his eyes after reading it. Paperboys in New York think every cowboy carries dynamite. Mercer chuckles. They'd faint if they saw us eating cold beans in the rain. And honestly, he is correct. The mythology surrounding Western outlaws grows rapidly during the 1870s, partly because Eastern America becomes fascinated by frontier danger. Readers who live among crowded factories and brick city streets dream about wide-open landscapes and rebellious gunmen. Reality, unfortunately, contains more mud, more illness, more boredom, much worse smells. The riders leave before sunset, carrying fresh supplies strapped behind saddles. Spirits improve noticeably after proper food appears. Eli even hums softly while riding. Then the mood changes instantly. Cullen raises one hand sharply. Everybody stops. Silence spreads across the plains. At first, you hear nothing unusual. Then faintly, somewhere ahead, comes the distant rhythmic sound of approaching horses. Multiple riders. Mercer moves immediately toward a low ridge beside the trail. The others follow without discussion. Years of danger have trained these men well. Horses are guided carefully into shallow cover among rocks and brush. Nobody speaks above whispers now. You crouch low beside your mount, while the hoofbeats slowly grow louder. Lawmen, ranchers, another gang. The uncertainty itself feels terrible. Your pulse hammers hard enough to shake your ribs. Eli checks his revolver repeatedly with trembling fingers. Cullen remains perfectly still, watching the horizon beneath narrowed eyes. And then the riders appear, 5 mounted men moving fast across the plains. Dust trailing behind them, armed. One carries a rifle across his saddle. They pass within several hundred yards without noticing your group hidden among the rocks. Conversation drifts faintly across the wind, but not clearly enough to understand. Then they are gone, just like that. 5 tiny figures disappearing slowly into the endless western distance. Nobody relaxes immediately. Frontier survival teaches caution even after danger passes. Finally, Mercer exhales through his nose. Could have gone bad. Simple sentence, huge meaning. Because encounters like this happen constantly in outlaw country. Suspicion rules everything. A mistaken identity or nervous reaction can trigger gunfire within seconds. Historians studying frontier violence often find many deadly confrontations begin through confusion rather than deliberate planning. Fear moves faster than reason. The riders wait until sunset before continuing westward. Above the plains, the sky burns orange and crimson beneath long, dark clouds. Telegraph wires hum softly in the evening wind, like strange mechanical insects stretching across the frontier. And somewhere ahead lies another campfire, another restless night, another day lived cautiously outside the law. Darkness settles across the plains with surprising speed. One moment, the horizon still glows faint orange beneath the clouds, and the next, the world turns deep blue and silver beneath rising moonlight. The riders travel carefully now, allowing the horses slower footing through uneven country where loose rocks hide beneath dry grass. Nobody wants a broken leg miles from help, human or horse. The night air carries the sharp scent of sage and cold earth, while insects chirp invisibly around the trail. Somewhere far away, coyotes begin calling again, their voices drifting across the darkness in eerie overlapping waves. Eli shivers beneath his coat. Hate that sound. Mercer glances sideways at him. Coyotes ain't what you should fear. Very reassuring. You continue west for another hour before Cullen finally guides the riders toward a narrow canyon half hidden between low ridges. At first, it appears empty. Then small flickers of orange firelight become visible farther inside. Another camp? Larger this time. As the horses approach, shadows move beside the flames. Men rise quietly from bedrolls. Hands drift near revolvers almost automatically. One voice calls through the darkness. Who's there? Friends, Cullen answers calmly. Long pause. Then somebody laughs. Depends who's asking. The tension breaks slightly after that. The riders enter camp beneath watchful eyes, while the smell of wood smoke and roasting meat fills the cold night air. Compared to your previous camp, this place almost feels organized. Several canvas tarps stretch between rocks for shelter. Saddles are stacked carefully beneath oilcloth coverings. Extra horses graze nearby with bells removed to keep noise down. You count at least 9 men altogether, possibly more hidden beyond the firelight. Outlaw camps operate like temporary villages sometimes, especially in remote territory where gangs cooperate loosely for protection and trade. Members drift in and out constantly. A horse thief may share camp beside cattle rustlers. Gamblers travel alongside fugitives, avoiding arrest warrants from eastern states. The frontier attracts people existing between identities. And camps like this become strange, floating communities of the unwanted. A tall man with silver threaded through his beard approaches Cullen near the fire. Unlike the others, he wears a faded army coat missing several buttons. Thought maybe marshals caught you, he says. Not today. The older man nods once before studying you carefully. New rider. Nobody important, Cullen replies. Interesting answer. Probably intentional. You learn quickly that outlaw groups reveal information gradually, almost like testing whether strangers deserve trust. Even names remain uncertain. The bearded man introduces himself as Harlan, though you suspect that may not appear on any official birth record west of the Mississippi. Still, Harlan welcomes the riders warmly enough once supper begins. And supper tonight feels extraordinary. Rabbit stew, fresh biscuits, actual onions floating in the broth. The smell alone nearly makes Eli emotional. You marry whoever cooked this, he announces between bites. A skinny outlaw near the fire grins proudly. Was me. Well, Eli says carefully, I'll think about it. Laughter spreads through the camp, and for a little while the outlaw life almost seems pleasant. That may sound strange, but historians examining frontier gangs often note how companionship draws many men toward outlaw communities. Isolation across the American West becomes psychologically crushing. Ranch work, mining camps, trapping expeditions, railroad labor, and trail driving frequently separate men from stable homes for months or years at a time. Outlaw camps offer belonging. Temporary belonging, perhaps, Dangerous belonging, certainly, but belonging nonetheless. After supper, the men settle around the fire smoking cigarettes rolled from coarse tobacco. Stories drift lazily through the darkness while sparks rise into the cold night sky. Somebody passes around a whiskey bottle that tastes harsh enough to remove memories. You notice how conversation moves constantly between humor and caution. One moment men joke about bad horses. The next they discuss possible posses near Dodge City. Frontier psychology becomes deeply shaped by uncertainty. Even relaxed evenings contain undercurrents of danger because arrest, betrayal, violence, or sudden relocation always remain possible. Harlan eventually gestures toward the canyon entrance. "Couple riders passed south yesterday," he says quietly. "Could be deputies." Mercer spits into the fire. "Everybody deputies nowadays." "Maybe," Harlan replies, "or Pinkertons." That word changes the mood instantly. Pinkerton detectives. Even modern listeners recognize the name faintly through Western legends, though the real agency proves far less glamorous than later fiction suggests. Founded as a private detective organization, the Pinkertons become increasingly involved in tracking train robbers, labor organizers, counterfeiters, and outlaw gangs throughout the frontier. Outlaws hate them. Railroad companies adore them. And unlike many local sheriffs, Pinkerton agents often pursue fugitives relentlessly across state lines. Harlan pokes the fire thoughtfully. "Heard they're using photographs now." Mercer curses softly beneath his breath. Photographs truly worry Western criminals because photographic technology spreads rapidly during the 1870s, before photography becomes common. Descriptions remain vague and inconsistent. Brown hair, medium height, scar on left cheek, half the frontier matches those details. But photographs create permanence, reality pinned onto paper. The expanding modern world slowly traps people who once relied on anonymity. Wind sweeps through the canyon carrying colder air now. Men pull blankets tighter around shoulders while the fire burns lower. One outlaw near the edge of camp quietly cleans blood from his knuckles. Another writes something carefully in a small notebook beneath lantern light. You are surprised by this. You keep journals, you ask? The man shrugs. Sometimes, oddly enough, historians depend heavily on writings like these to reconstruct frontier life accurately. Diaries, letters, supply records, newspapers, court transcripts. Without them, the West would exist mostly through exaggerated mythology, though even first-hand accounts contain lies occasionally, especially from outlaws eager to sound impressive. Later, after most conversation fades, you lie awake beneath blankets staring upward between canyon walls where stars burn brilliantly overhead. The fire crackles softly nearby. Horses shift occasionally in the darkness. And somewhere beyond camp, hidden in the enormous western night, trains move steadily westward carrying settlers, merchants, families, and lawmen deeper into frontier territory. Civilization coming relentlessly. You begin realizing something uncomfortable then. These outlaw camps are not growing stronger. They are surviving inside borrowed time. The frontier itself is changing too quickly. Railroads, telegraphs, detectives, expanding towns, photographs. Every year the wilderness shrinks slightly smaller, and someday soon men like Cullen and Harlan may discover there is simply nowhere left to disappear. The canyon camp wakes slowly beneath pale morning light. Coffee boils before sunrise, while the men move around quietly wrapped in blankets and heavy coats. Smoke drifts lazily upward between the canyon walls, carrying the smell of burnt wood and rabbit grease into the cold air. Somewhere beyond the rocks, horses snort softly while stamp frost-covered ground. You notice immediately that nobody here truly sleeps deeply. Even during the night, somebody always remains awake beside the fire, watching, listening. Outlaw camps survive through caution more than courage. Harlan sits near the flames, cleaning a revolver cylinder with surprising patience. Beside him, Eli struggles to pull on stiff frozen boots while muttering complaints dramatic enough to entertain the entire camp. "My feet are dead," he groans. Mercer barely glances up. "If they was dead, they'd smell worse." The camp laughs sleepily. Strange thing about frontier humor. It becomes rough without necessarily becoming cruel. People tease constantly because hard living leaves little room for softness. Yet underneath the jokes, you begin noticing quiet loyalty forming between these men. Not trust exactly. Trust remains dangerous, but dependence. And sometimes dependence matters more. Breakfast disappears quickly. Biscuits soaked in bacon grease. Black coffee thick as mud. Dried apples traded from another camp farther south. Frontier food rarely feels balanced by modern standards. Nutrition becomes secondary to survival and convenience. Men eat whatever lasts longest without spoiling. Still, somebody in camp has managed to save a tiny sack of sugar. That discovery improves morale dramatically. A spoonful of sweetness can feel almost luxurious after weeks of hard travel. As sunlight reaches deeper into the canyon, conversations begin circling around business matters. Horses, supply routes, railroad schedules, names of towns where certain sheriffs can supposedly be bribed. The outlaw world functions through informal networks more organized than outsiders often realize. A rancher quietly sells stolen cattle. A stable owner looks the other way regarding suspicious horses. A saloon keeper passes messages between riders. A corrupt deputy warns gangs before raids. Not everybody involved considers themselves criminals either. Frontier survival often depends upon compromise. In struggling Western territories, strict morality can become financially inconvenient. Harlan finally gestures for everyone to gather near the fire. Time for rules, or at least outlaw versions of rules. You quickly discover that gangs like this operate according to loose codes developed through practical necessity rather than noble ideals. Certain behaviors create unnecessary danger for everyone involved. No stealing from fellow riders. No firing weapons inside camp unless attacked. No bringing strangers back without warning. No unnecessary violence during robberies. That last rule surprises you slightly. Harlan notices. A dead man brings lawmen harder than stolen money does. He explains. Historically, many outlaw gangs genuinely attempt limiting bloodshed during crimes. Not from kindness necessarily, from calculation. Murder transforms local robberies into regional manhunts. Railroad companies, banks, and governors respond far more aggressively once civilians begin dying publicly. Though of course not every gang follows restraint successfully. Fear destroys planning quickly. So does alcohol, and unfortunately, the frontier contains endless supplies of both. One rider named Calloway describes a robbery near Abilene where a nervous teenager accidentally fired his revolver during a holdup. because a customer sneezed suddenly beside him. The entire camp laughs at the absurdity, then grows quiet, because accidental violence happens often in frontier crime. Cheap weapons misfire. Horses panic. Drunken men overreact. Visibility fails during dust storms or darkness. Hollywood later transforms Western gunfights into elegant duels between calm professionals. Real frontier violence usually looks confused, terrified, and painfully fast, sometimes lasting only seconds, sometimes ending before participants fully understand what happened. You spend the afternoon helping repair tack beside the horses, while listening to conversations drift through camp. Outlaws talk constantly about betrayal, which towns cannot be trusted, which ranchers cooperate with detectives, which gang members may secretly inform for reward money. Paranoia spreads naturally in outlaw life because betrayal pays well. The federal government, railroad companies, and private detectives frequently offer enormous rewards for famous criminals, enough money to tempt hungry men toward desperate choices. And hunger remains common. A wiry outlaw called Boone sits beside you stitching a torn saddle strap with careful fingers hardened by years outdoors. Everybody thinks the West about freedom, he says quietly. Truth is, everybody trapped by something. Interesting thought. Boone explains he once owned farmland in Missouri before drought ruined his crops and debt swallowed everything afterward. Thousands of frontier settlers experienced similar collapses during this era. Bad weather alone can destroy families financially. Failed harvests push men toward gambling, drifting, theft, or wandering labor. Sometimes outlaw life begins less through ambition than exhaustion. By late afternoon, wind rises again outside the canyon, carrying dust across the entrance in pale, swirling clouds. The weather out here changes moods quickly. Warm sunlight one moment, freezing wind the next. You notice Mercer constantly scanning the ridges above camp, always watching, always expecting trouble. The habit fascinates you because frontier awareness becomes almost animalistic after enough years outdoors. Experienced riders notice tiny changes instantly, birds scattering suddenly, strange hoof prints, smoke where none existed yesterday. Survival trains attention sharply. As evening approaches, Harlan produces a worn deck of cards while somebody hangs a lantern from the rocks overhead. Gambling begins almost automatically. Poker, faro, occasional arguments over rules nobody fully remembers. Coins clink softly against blankets. Whiskey appears again, so does storytelling. And gradually, the camp atmosphere loosens. Eli claims he once outran 3 deputies through a flooded river during spring storms. Mercer immediately calls him a liar. You can't even outrun common sense. More laughter. Then Harlan tells a quieter story about a former gang member named Willis who disappeared years earlier after stealing money from companions during the night. What happened to him, somebody asks. Harlan stares into the fire. No idea? But the silence afterward suggests everybody suspects otherwise. That is the hidden reality beneath outlaw loyalty. Brotherhood exists, yes. Shared hardship creates genuine emotional bonds. Men ride together through blizzards, starvation, gunfire, and endless loneliness. Yet trust never becomes complete, because every rider understands one terrible possibility. Someday survival itself may demand betrayal. The fire burns lower as darkness settles fully across the canyon. One by one, the conversations fade into quieter murmurs, while cold stars emerge overhead. And beside the dying flames, you begin understanding the strange emotional balance holding outlaw camps together. Friendship, fear, dependency, suspicion, all tangled together beneath the enormous western sky. The canyon grows restless before dawn, not from danger this time, from hunger. You hear it in the conversations while the fire crackles weakly against the cold morning air. Men scrape the bottoms of flour sacks. Coffee grounds get reused again. Somebody shakes a nearly empty bean tin hopefully, as though more food might magically appear from stubborn optimism alone. It does not. Frontier hunger arrives gradually. Then, all at once, Harlan crouches beside the supplies with a frown deep enough to age him several years. "We ride east today," he says. "Need provisions?" Nobody argues, because unlike the romantic outlaw legends told later in dime novels, criminal life rarely guarantees wealth. Stolen money disappears quickly through gambling, horse purchases, ammunition, whiskey, bribes, medical costs, and constant movement. A successful robbery may keep a gang comfortable briefly, but comfort burns away fast on the frontier. Especially during long stretches without work. You notice Eli staring mournfully into his empty tin cup. "What?" "I was dreaming about pancakes." Mercer looks disgusted. "You dream stupid." Still, several riders begin describing favorite meals from childhood after that. Warm cornbread, peach pie, beef stew, butter melting across fresh biscuits. The discussion grows oddly emotional. Historians reading frontier letters often encounter this exact pattern. Food memories become tied deeply to ideas of safety, family, and stability. Men drifting across harsh landscapes cling to remembered meals almost like homesickness itself. Outlaws are no different. By sunrise, the camp is already packing. Blankets rolled, saddles tightened, weapons checked carefully before riding. The horses seem sluggish this morning, too. Their ribs show slightly beneath dusty coats, despite everybody's efforts to feed them properly. Western travel drains animals relentlessly. Long distances, rough terrain, limited grazing, freezing nights, scorching afternoons. The frontier consumes strength from everything living upon it. You ride eastward through open plains, beneath heavy gray clouds, while cold wind pushes steadily against the group. Dust rises constantly from the horses despite recent rain. It coats teeth, clothes, eyelashes. Even coffee eventually tastes faintly like dirt. One strange truth about the West is how physically uncomfortable ordinary existence becomes almost every hour of every day. Modern people imagine exciting adventures. Real frontier journals mention blisters surprisingly often. Near midday, the riders stop beside a shallow creek where scrub cottonwoods provide weak shade from the growing sun. Cullen studies a folded map, while Harlan quietly counts remaining coins. "Not many." Boone spits into the grass. "Could rob a church," he mutters. Mercer snorts. "Most churches poorer than us. Historically speaking, that may actually be accurate for certain frontier towns." You begin realizing how much outlaw survival depends on improvisation. Plans change constantly because weather, lawmen, shortages, broken horses, and unreliable information keep disrupting everything. The West rewards flexibility far more than long-term strategy, which partly explains why so many gangs eventually collapse. A rider named Fletcher joins the group during the afternoon, after appearing suddenly along the trail from the south. Nobody seems surprised. Men drift between outlaw camps, regularly carrying news, rumors, and supplies. Fletcher himself looks half frozen, despite the mild weather. Thin face, sunken eyes, coat patched repeatedly at the elbows. Town's getting nervous. He reports while watering his horse. 2 train robberies near Kansas. Different gang, Cullen asks. Fletcher nods. Said they shot a guard. That changes the mood immediately. Nobody speaks for several moments, because once blood enters the story, consequences grow heavier. Railroad companies respond viciously to deadly robberies. Governors authorize posses. Pinkerton detectives intensify pursuit. Newspapers explode with outrage. Violence transforms nuisance criminals into public enemies. Even among outlaws, unnecessary killing often earns disapproval. Not moral outrage exactly, more practical frustration. Dead civilians create pressure nobody wants. Still, some gangs continue escalating anyway. Fear, panic, greed, or sometimes simple stupidity. Frontier history contains endless examples. The riders continue east until sunset paints the plains deep gold beneath streaks of purple cloud. In the distance, you finally spot signs of settlement again. Smoke columns, windmills, fenced grazing land, civilization returning slowly across the horizon. They stop several miles short of town, near abandoned wagon ruins half buried in grass. Camp tonight remains small and cautious. No large fires, no loud conversation. Too close to settled country now. You help gather dry brush while Eli attempts fishing unsuccessfully in a muddy stream nearby. Anything biting Mercer calls. Mosquitoes. The evening meal becomes painfully thin. A little bacon, weak coffee, one shared rabbit trapped earlier in the day. The hunger sharpens everyone's moods. Conversation feels shorter tonight, less joking. Even small frustrations begin triggering arguments. Boone accuses Fletcher of losing ammunition. Fletcher accuses Boone of stealing tobacco. Mercer eventually tells both to shut up before somebody gets shot over supplies worth less than a decent pair of boots. And strangely enough, frontier records show that exactly this kind of tension destroys many outlaw groups over time. Hunger and exhaustion erode loyalty faster than bullets sometimes. Men trapped together in harsh conditions begin fighting over tiny inconveniences, especially when fear already simmers beneath the surface. After supper, the wind grows colder. You sit wrapped in blankets watching sparks drift upward into darkness, while horses graze nearby beneath moonlight. Somewhere distant, a train whistle echoes faintly across the plains. Long, lonely, almost ghost-like. Everybody hears it. Nobody comments immediately. Then Harlan finally speaks quietly beside the fire. There it is, the future. You realize he means the railroad itself. Steel tracks stretching westward. Telegraph wires following behind. New towns appearing almost overnight beside stations. The frontier shrinking steadily year after year. Outlaws understand this better than most people because they depend upon empty spaces to survive. Wilderness offers escape routes. Isolation hides camps. Slow communication creates opportunities. But railroads erase distance. And distance once protected men like these. Eli stares toward the dark horizon thoughtfully. What happens when they settle everything? Nobody answers for a while. Finally, Mercer shrugs. Guess we find somewhere else. Yet his voice lacks conviction, because deep down, they all understand the uncomfortable truth already. There may not be another somewhere else. The fire burns lower. Cold settles across the grasslands, and beneath the enormous, silent western sky, the outlaw life suddenly feels fragile in a way it never quite did before. By morning, the plains feel strangely still. No wind, no birds, just pale sunlight spreading slowly across endless grass wet with dew, while the outlaw camp wakes in uneasy silence beside the abandoned wagon ruins. The fire has burned down to gray ash. Coffee tastes weaker today because the grounds have been stretched beyond reason. Even Eli drinks quietly without complaints. Hunger changes people, so does uncertainty. You help saddle horses while Harlan studies the distant town through a small brass spyglass scratched from years of use. Frontier outlaws often rely on surprisingly ordinary tools: spyglasses, pocket watches, field maps, binoculars when available. Criminal survival depends less on dramatic gunfighting than careful observation. Eventually, Harlan lowers the glass. "Busy place today?" "Market day," Fletcher says. That explains the wagon traffic visible along distant roads. Farmers, traders, ranchers, and merchants moving toward town beneath rising dust clouds. More people means more opportunity for supplies and information. Also more danger. Cullen divides the riders carefully before departure. Smaller groups attract less attention. Another practical detail Hollywood sometimes overlooks: large armed gangs wandering openly through settled territory usually alarm communities immediately. Successful outlaws prefer blending quietly into frontier movement whenever possible. You ride beside Mercer and Eli toward town shortly before noon. The settlement appears larger than the last one. More businesses, brick buildings replacing some wooden structures, telegraph wires stretching above the streets like black spider webs against the sky. Civilization tightening its grip. As you enter town, noise surrounds you instantly. Hammering from a blacksmith shop, children shouting near a wagon yard, piano music leaking through saloon doors, cattle lowing from crowded pens outside town, and everywhere conversations. The frontier can feel overwhelmingly loud after days outdoors. Dust swirls between buildings while merchants advertise supplies loudly from wooden storefronts. Women carrying baskets navigate carefully around horse traffic. Cowboys lounge beside saloons, pretending not to stare at strangers. But they always stare. Frontier communities survive through awareness. Mercer keeps his hat low and posture relaxed while guiding you toward the general store. He looks ordinary enough to disappear into the crowd completely. That surprises you again somehow. Real outlaws often appear painfully average. No dramatic black cloaks, no silver skull belt buckles, just dusty riders trying not to attract notice. Inside the general store, cool shadows and the smell of flour greet you immediately. Shelves overflow with canned peaches, lantern oil, tobacco tins, boots, nails, medicine bottles, coffee sacks, and fabric bolts shipped westward by railroad. A strange mixture of civilization and wilderness compressed into one room. The shopkeeper eyes Mercer cautiously. "You pay in cash today, unless you prefer poetry." The shopkeeper sighs. "Cash fine." You notice something, then. A cluster of newspapers near the counter displaying sketches of wanted men beneath bold, dramatic headlines. Train bandits terrorize Kansas. Ruthless desperados escape posse. Western bloodshed continues. The language feels theatrical almost, and intentionally so. Newspapers during the frontier era often exaggerate outlaw violence because sensational stories increase circulation enormously. Eastern readers become fascinated by Western criminals they will never personally encounter. Editors embellish details freely. Gunfights grow larger. Robberies become deadlier. Outlaws transform gradually into mythic antiheroes. Reality matters less than excitement. Mercer notices you reading. "Most them stories nonsense," he mutters. "Probably true." Though sometimes the truth proves even stranger. While supplies are packed near the counter, you hear sudden shouting outside. Everybody in the store pauses instantly. That reaction alone tells you how common trouble becomes in frontier towns. People learn quickly to recognize danger by tone of voice alone. Another shout follows, then laughter. The tension eases slightly. A drunken cowboy has apparently fallen from his horse into a water trough beside the saloon. Several bystanders cheer sarcastically while the soaked rider curses everybody within hearing distance. Mercer smirks faintly. Town entertainment, yet even harmless chaos keeps nerves sharp. The three of you leave the store carrying flour, bacon, ammunition, and coffee tied into rough supply bundles. Across the street, Eli stops suddenly beside a wooden wall covered in wanted posters. One sketch catches his attention, a young outlaw with narrow cheeks and tired eyes. Reward amount surprisingly high. Know him, you ask quietly. Eli nods once. Rode with us last winter. What happened? Died. Simple answer again. Frontier death often receives little ceremony. Men disappear constantly across the West through accidents, illness, violence, weather, and bad luck. Graves remain unmarked. Families never learn what happened. Newspapers misidentify bodies. Entire lives vanish into prairie dust. And still the legends continue afterward. That strange contradiction defines the Old West perfectly. Real suffering wrapped gradually inside romantic mythology. You continue through town while church bells ring somewhere nearby. Near the sheriff's office, two deputies stand smoking beside hitching rails. Neither appears especially threatening. One looks barely awake. But Mercer guides the horses calmly toward another street anyway. Never invite attention unnecessarily. As afternoon stretches onward, the town grows hotter and more crowded. The smell becomes overwhelming in places. Horse manure baking beneath sunlight, sweat, cigarette smoke, frying meat drifting from boarding houses, and whiskey everywhere. You pass several saloons already loud with afternoon gambling despite the early hour. Frontier drinking culture becomes legendary, partly because Western life itself feels brutally exhausting. Long labor, loneliness, uncertain futures, and physical pain push many people toward alcohol, including lawmen, including preachers sometimes, including outlaws certainly. Near sunset, the riders regroup carefully outside town beside a dry creek bed. Supplies are redistributed quickly, horses watered, information exchanged in low voices. Fletcher brings troubling news. Pinkertons spotted farther north. Mercer curses softly. Harlan asks questions immediately. How many? Which direction? Railroad agents or private contracts? Nobody knows clearly. That uncertainty matters most. Because Pinkerton detectives operate differently from ordinary posses. More patient, better funded, less emotional. They gather information slowly through informants, surveillance, telegraph reports, and undercover contacts. Modern policing methods beginning to emerge from frontier chaos. Cullen listens quietly before finally nodding toward the western horizon. We move tonight. No campfires, no lingering. The outlaw world never stops moving for long anymore. As darkness falls over the plains, the riders disappear once again beyond the town lights into open country where the stars slowly emerge overhead. Behind you, civilization glows brighter every year. Ahead, the wilderness grows thinner. And somewhere out there, men with cameras, telegraphs, and railroad schedules are learning how to hunt the Old West itself. The riders travel through the night, beneath a sky overflowing with stars. Moonlight spreads silver across the plains, while the horses move steadily westward through tall grass, whispering against their legs. Nobody talks much. The only sounds come from leather, creaking softly, and distant coyotes singing somewhere beyond the hills. You begin understanding why so many frontier travelers describe nighttime rides almost dreamily in journals and letters. The West after dark feels enormous in a way difficult to explain. No city glow touches the horizon. No engines hum. The world becomes sky, wind, and shadows stretching endlessly in every direction. Beautiful and deeply unsettling. Eli nearly falls asleep in the saddle twice before Mercer finally rides close enough to nudge him awake. "You die, stupid. I'm taking your boots." "Comforting friendship," Eli mutters. "Best kind." The group continues until dawn begins staining the eastern horizon pale blue. Only then does Cullen guide everyone toward a cluster of low cottonwoods beside a narrow river hidden below the plains. Camp again. Temporary safety again. The outlaw life becomes strangely repetitive despite its dangers. Ride, hide, watch, move, eat quickly, sleep lightly, repeat endlessly beneath changing skies. By sunrise, the riders have blankets spread beneath the trees, while horses drink greedily from the muddy water. Everyone looks exhausted, eyes red from dust and lack of sleep, clothes stiff with sweat and trail grime. Frontier exhaustion settles into the body slowly, like extra weight. Even sitting down feels difficult some mornings. You help gather driftwood along the riverbank, while Harlan quietly studies tracks near the mud. "Travelers passed recently," he says. "How many?" "Hard telling." Track reading remains part skill, part educated guessing. Popular mythology later turns Western trackers into near-magical figures, capable of reconstructing entire life stories from a footprint. Real tracking usually involves probabilities instead. Fresh or old, horse or mule. Heavy load or light, moving fast or cautiously. Useful information, not supernatural revelation. Breakfast disappears quickly, bacon grease soaking into hard biscuits. Coffee black enough to frighten civilized society. One rider chews tobacco while staring blankly toward the water, like a man reconsidering every decision leading him westward. Honestly, fair reaction. By midday, the camp grows warmer beneath bright sun, filtering through the cottonwoods. Some men sleep, others clean weapons or repair clothing. Mercer carefully oils revolver parts spread across a blanket, while Fletcher trims his beard with a pocket knife, using a tin plate as mirror. The ordinary domestic details feel strangely surreal. Outlaws shaving beside rivers, bandits sewing torn socks, wanted men arguing over coffee rations. The romantic mythology surrounding the West rarely leaves room for chores. Eli eventually wanders over carrying a deck of cards. Poker. You agree mostly from boredom. Soon several others join beneath the shade, while flies buzz lazily through the heat. Coins clink softly against blankets. Somebody cheats badly enough to become obvious almost immediately. Nobody seems offended. Worst card shark alive. Mercer tells Boone, "Practice makes perfect." "You been practicing 20 years." Laughter drifts through camp, then suddenly stops. Horse hooves. Nearby, everybody freezes instantly. The transformation happens so quickly, it feels unnatural. Relaxed bodies become tense. Hands move toward weapons automatically. Harlan rises soundlessly from the shade, while Cullen crouches beside the riverbank, listening. The hoofbeats grow louder. Single rider, approaching fast. Eli whispers, "Lawman." Nobody answers. The unknown always feels worst. A moment later, a horse bursts through the cottonwoods, trailing dust and sweat. The rider nearly slides from the saddle before catching himself. Young, terrified, bleeding slightly from one arm. "Posse behind me," he gasps. The camp erupts instantly into motion. Blankets rolled, supplies grabbed, horses saddled with frantic speed. Nobody wastes time questioning the newcomer heavily, because frontier survival often rewards immediate action over careful verification. Though that can create disasters, too. The young rider introduces himself breathlessly as Danny, while wrapping cloth around his bleeding arm. He claims deputies chased him south from another county after a gambling dispute turned violent. Violent, how Mercer asks sharply. Danny hesitates. Bad sign. Finally he mutters, "One fellow got shot." The camp mood darkens immediately. There it is again. Blood. You notice Cullen studying Danny with cold irritation rather than sympathy. Experienced outlaws dislike unpredictable newcomers because panic and violence attract unwanted attention rapidly. Still, leaving the boy behind seems equally dangerous. The riders break camp within minutes and head west through rougher country where shallow ravines cut across the plains. Danny struggles to keep pace. His horse limps slightly. Blood continues soaking through the cloth around his arm. By afternoon, heat rises brutally from the dry earth, while everybody rides in tense silence, listening constantly for pursuit. Then you hear it faintly behind you. More horses, distant but real. Mercer twists in the saddle. "Company." Nobody needs clarification. The posse remains far enough away that individual riders cannot be identified yet, but dust clouds rise clearly against the horizon now. Fear spreads differently on horseback, quieter somehow. Focused. Men stop joking, movements sharpen. Every decision suddenly feels important. Cullen guides the riders toward rocky hills ahead, where trails split through narrow gullies difficult to follow quickly. Smart choice. Posse riders usually struggle in broken terrain, especially if unfamiliar with local geography. Frontier escape depends heavily on landscape knowledge. Experienced outlaws memorize water sources, hidden canyons, abandoned mining trails, and river crossings with astonishing precision. The hills swallow the group gradually into shadow, while the pursuing riders remain visible farther back across open country. Still coming. Steady. Patient. Nobody fires shots. Real pursuits often avoid dramatic running gun battles because ammunition matters and distances remain enormous. Instead, both sides endure long, exhausting chases shaped by terrain, horse stamina, and local knowledge. By sunset, the posse finally disappears from view behind distant ridges. Not gone necessarily, just delayed. The riders stop briefly beside a dry ravine while horses tremble from exhaustion. Danny nearly collapses dismounting. His face looks pale beneath the dust. Harlan examines the wound carefully. "Bullet grazed you." "Lucky," Danny whispers weakly. Mercer snorts. "Lucky be missing entirely." Night settles slowly over the hills, while everyone rests in uneasy silence. No fire tonight. Too risky. Supper consists of cold bacon and hard bread eaten beneath starlight. And for the first time since joining the Outlaws, you realize something fully. This life never relaxes. Not truly. Even laughter beside campfires exists only between moments of pursuit. The night without a campfire feels colder than usual. You sit wrapped in blankets beneath the rocky ravine, while darkness presses tightly around the exhausted riders. Without flames, the world shrinks into fragments. Pale moonlight across stone, the soft shifting of horses nearby, quiet breathing from men too tired to talk much anymore. And hunger again? Always hunger. Cold bacon and stale bread disappear quickly, leaving everyone unsatisfied. Eli chews slowly, while staring up at the stars with visible disappointment. "One day," he murmurs, "I'm going to eat in a real hotel every night." Mercer grunts softly. "You'd get thrown out first week." Probably accurate. Danny sleeps uneasily beside the rocks, his wounded arm wrapped tightly in fresh cloth. Every so often, he mutters in half-dreams. Harlan examined the injury carefully before nightfall and concluded the bullet only grazed flesh, though infection remains a constant fear. In the Old West, even small wounds carry danger, especially for outlaws avoiding doctors. Frontier medicine during the 1870s exists in an awkward space between old superstition and modern science. Some physicians understand hygiene and surgical basics surprisingly well for the era. Others still prescribe remedies involving mercury, whiskey, or things honestly better left undescribed before bedtime. Many Western communities rely on folk healers, midwives, herbal treatments, traveling dentists, and pure luck. Pure luck may actually rank highest. You lie awake listening to the faint wind sliding through the rocks, while somewhere far off a wolf howls across the hills. Not a coyote this time. Lower, heavier. The sound lingers strangely in the darkness. Eli hears it too. Think wolves ever eat people? Mercer sighs tiredly. Everything eats people eventually. Comforting again. Sometime before dawn, a light snow begins falling. Tiny drifting flakes. Barely enough to cover the ground. Still beautiful. The riders wake stiff and miserable beneath a gray sky, while frost forms along saddle leather and blanket edges. Horses snort clouds of steam into the cold morning air. Cullen studies the snowfall with visible irritation. "Trail'll show easier now." Another problem. Fresh snow preserves tracks clearly, making pursuit simpler for posies or trackers. Yet weather can also work the opposite way. Heavy storms erase trails completely. Many famous outlaws survive temporarily thanks to sudden blizzards or flooding rivers disrupting pursuit. Nature itself becomes unpredictable ally and enemy at once. Breakfast remains painfully small. Coffee, a few scraps of bacon, one shared biscuit divided between two riders. Nobody jokes this morning. The hunger has moved beyond annoyance into something quieter and heavier. You ride westward through low, snowy hills, while weak sunlight struggles behind clouds overhead. The cold bites through gloves and coats steadily. Horses move slower now, after days of hard travel and poor feeding. Outlaw life drains animals mercilessly, and animals are not the only ones tiring. You notice subtle changes among the riders lately. More silence, shorter tempers, men staring longer toward distant towns whenever smoke appears on the horizon. The constant movement wears people down eventually. Around midday, the group stops near a small ranch hidden beside frozen creek beds. Several weathered buildings lean against the wind, while cattle wander thinly across nearby pasture land. Cullen exchanges a glance with Harlan. Safe place, apparently. A woman emerges from the ranch house carrying a rifle casually over one shoulder. Middle-aged, hard-eyed, calm. She recognizes Cullen immediately. Took you long enough. No warm welcome. You paying this time. The outlaw world depends heavily on people like her. Ranchers, widows, stable owners, saloon workers, individuals living at the edges of legality who quietly trade supplies, shelter, and information for money or protection. Women especially occupy complicated roles throughout frontier outlaw networks. Popular mythology later focuses almost entirely on male gunmen, yet historical records reveal women regularly hiding fugitives, carrying messages, laundering stolen money, managing safe houses, and occasionally participating directly in crimes. Survival often leaves little room for moral purity. Inside the ranch house, warmth hits you immediately. Wood smoke, stew simmering somewhere nearby. Fresh bread. The smell alone nearly weakens your knees. Eli actually closes his eyes in visible emotional pain. "Dear Lord," he whispers, "real food." The woman snorts. You boys look half-starved. Fair observation. Lunch becomes the finest meal since joining the riders. Beef stew thick with potatoes and onions. Warm bread spread with butter. Strong coffee that does not taste burnt beyond recognition. For several minutes nobody speaks, because everybody is too busy eating. Frontier hunger destroys manners efficiently. You notice the woman studying the riders while they eat. Not romantically. Practically. These are tired men bringing danger near her home, and she clearly knows it. "What happened to the kid?" she asks, nodding toward Danny. "Posse trouble," Harlan replies. The woman sighs heavily. Always posse trouble. That simple sentence captures so much about frontier life. Constant instability. Constant movement. People drifting between lawfulness and criminality depending on circumstance. Even lawmen themselves sometimes cross lines. Historical evidence shows certain sheriffs secretly cooperating with outlaw gangs for money, political favors, or mutual convenience. Meanwhile, some outlaws occasionally assist local communities against rustlers or violent drifters. The moral landscape of the West remains deeply messy. Far messier than later legends prefer. After the meal, the riders rest briefly near the stove while snow continues falling lightly outside. Danny sleeps in a chair with his wounded arm elevated beside the warmth. Mercer quietly repairs a torn glove using thread borrowed from the ranch woman. Such ordinary moments feel almost peaceful. Then you notice Cullen watching the window constantly, even now, even here, because peace never lasts long for men living outside the law. Eventually, the woman returns from outside carrying a folded newspaper. "Sheriff passed through yesterday," she says quietly, "looking for train robbers." The room stills immediately. Not this gang, apparently. Different robbers. Still dangerous. She tosses the newspaper onto the table. Across the front page stretches another dramatic headline. describing ruthless frontier bandits terrorizing the West. The article includes exaggerated details, explosions, heroic deputies, innocent passengers trembling beneath gunfire. Mercer scans it briefly before shaking his head. Paper writers should just become novelists. Maybe they already are, because the West increasingly exists in two versions now. The real one full of cold camps, hunger, tumult, and frightened men, and the imaginary one spreading eastward through newspapers, dime novels, and campfire tales growing larger with every retelling. Outside, snow drifts softly across the ranch yard, while the riders prepare once again to leave. Always leaving, always moving. The outlaw life allows rest only in small, borrowed pieces. Snow continues falling as the riders leave the ranch behind. Not heavy snow, nothing dramatic enough for Eastern newspapers to describe as a deadly frontier blizzard. Just a steady, drifting curtain of white flakes blowing sideways across the plains, while cold wind slips beneath coats and freezes damp fabric against skin. The kind of weather that slowly exhausts people hour by hour. You pull your scarf tighter across your face while the horses trudge through muddy ground, turning stiff beneath the dropping temperature. Behind you, the ranch house disappears gradually into gray haze until only chimney smoke remains visible against the winter sky. Then even that vanishes too. The frontier swallows things quickly. Conversation fades during bad weather because nobody wants cold air filling their lungs unnecessarily. The riders focus on staying warm and keeping horses moving steadily across increasingly slippery terrain. Danny struggles most. His wounded arm hangs stiffly against his side while exhaustion darkens the skin beneath his eyes. Several times Mercer rides close enough to steady the boy's horse through rough patches without saying a word about it afterward. Outlaw camps contain more quiet kindness than outsiders expect. Not softness exactly, just practical humanity surviving beneath rough behavior. By afternoon, the snow turns wetter and heavier. Coats darken with moisture. Saddles become slick. Fingers numb despite gloves and constant movement. Frontier winters kill people regularly through simple exposure. Travelers lose trails during storms. Horses collapse from exhaustion. Rivers freeze unpredictably. Entire wagon parties sometimes disappear beneath snow without witnesses. Modern audiences often imagine the Wild West mostly as heat and desert. Yet many Western territories endure brutal winters, capable of rivaling anything farther north. Eli sneezes loudly enough to startle his horse. "If I freeze to death," he announces miserably, "tell people I died someplace warm." Mercer sighs. "I ain't remembering all that." The joking feels weaker today. Everyone is tired. Cold has a way of shrinking personalities down to survival basics. Toward evening, the riders finally locate temporary shelter beneath a line of abandoned freight wagons beside the trail. The wagons lean crookedly against the wind, with faded company names barely visible beneath peeling paint. One axle lies broken nearby, half buried in snow. Another reminder of how easily the frontier destroys machinery and plans alike. The horses are tied close together for warmth, while the men crowd beneath wagon covers and stretched canvas tarps. Cullen manages to build a small protected fire using dry wood hacked from shattered wagon boards. Smoke curls low through the freezing air. The firelight glows warmly against exhausted faces. And suddenly, the little camp feels almost cozy despite everything. That is another strange reality of frontier hardship. Small comforts grow enormously meaningful. Warm hands, dry socks, hot coffee, shelter from wind. Civilization itself sometimes reduces down to simple warmth beside darkness. Supper tonight consists of thin stew made from leftover beef, onions, and beans stretched carefully between too many people. Yet nobody complains because the food is hot. Hot matters more than flavor right now. As night deepens, snow taps softly against canvas. Overhead, while the riders sit close together near the flames, wet boots steam beside the fire. Mercer hangs socks from wagon supports to dry. A truly glamorous outlaw existence. You notice Danny staring nervously toward the darkness beyond camp. "Think they're still behind us?" he asks quietly. "Probably," Harlan replies. Honest answer, no comfort added. Pausies often continue tracking fugitives far longer than modern stories suggest. Local lawmen face enormous pressure from newspapers, railroad companies, ranch owners, and frightened citizens demanding action. Even unsuccessful pursuits help sheriffs appear active and determined publicly. The West runs partly on reputation. Sheriffs need reputations. Outlaws need them too. Sometimes entire careers depend more on stories than facts. The conversation eventually drifts toward famous criminals everybody has heard about. Men whose names spread across territories through newspapers and rumor. Jesse James, Sam Bass, the younger brothers, figures already becoming legends. While still alive, Mercer pokes the fire thoughtfully. Most folks think famous means rich. Ain't it, Eli asks. Mercer laughs quietly. Famous means easier to recognize. Important distinction. Historically, celebrity proves deeply dangerous for Western outlaws. Public fascination increases pressure from law enforcement dramatically. Famous faces appear in newspapers, photographs, wanted posters, and saloon gossip across multiple states. Anonymity protects criminals far better than legend ever does. Yet human vanity keeps pulling men toward notoriety anyway. Boone claims he once met a notorious train robber hiding in Colorado under a fake name, working temporarily as a ranch hand. "What was he like?" Eli asks eagerly. Boone shrugs. "Mostly complained about horses." Everyone laughs softly, because again, the truth feels almost disappointing compared to the myths. Many famous outlaws spend huge portions of their lives cold, hungry, broke, exhausted, hiding, and deeply uncomfortable. The glamorous moments rarely last. Outside the wagons, the storm intensifies briefly. Wind moans across the plains hard enough to rattle loose boards. Snow swirls through gaps in the canvas like pale smoke. You pull blankets tighter around yourself while the fire crackles steadily nearby. And then Harlan begins speaking again, quieter this time. "You know what kills most men out here." Nobody answers immediately, thinking they're different. Interesting thought. Harlan explains that young outlaws often imagine themselves becoming legendary figures untouched by ordinary consequences. Faster shooters, smarter planners, luckier than everyone before them. Then winter arrives, or infection, or betrayal, or a frightened store clerk with a shotgun. The frontier destroys arrogance eventually. Even skilled criminals rarely survive forever. The camp grows quieter afterward. Eli falls asleep first with his hat covering his eyes. Mercer continues cleaning revolver parts methodically beside the fading fire. Danny shifts uneasily in dreams, occasionally wincing from pain in his wounded arm. Snow continues falling beyond the wagons, soft, endless, and somewhere, far across the frozen plains, Railroad tracks carry civilization steadily westward through the darkness, while outlaw camps huddle smaller and colder beneath the storm. By morning, the storm has passed. The world outside the wagons glows white and painfully bright beneath fresh sunlight, reflecting off snow-covered plains. Every breath burns cold inside your lungs as the riders crawl stiffly from blankets and begin stamped warmth back into numb feet. The horses look miserable. Ice clings to their manes. Their breath hangs in thick clouds around tired heads lowered against the cold. One animal limps slightly after standing all night on frozen ground. Mercer notices immediately. That horse won't last another hard week. Nobody responds, because everybody already knows frontier travel consumes animals steadily, especially during winter. Exhausted horses collapse beside trails so often that abandoned saddles and wagon parts become common sights across western routes. Some emigrant trails reportedly resembled graveyards after severe seasons. The West eats strength from everything crossing it. Cullen orders a quick departure. Snow improves visibility too much for comfort. Tracks remain sharply visible behind the wagons, like dark scars across the plains. A tracker could follow them easily now. The riders move westward through cold morning silence, while snow crunches beneath hooves. Telegraph wires run parallel beside the trail again, humming faintly in the wind overhead. You keep noticing those wires lately. Impossible not to. Long black lines stretching endlessly across empty country, like veins carrying civilization forward. Eli notices your attention. Ugly things, he mutters. They useful, though. For sheriffs, maybe. That sums up the outlaw relationship with technology perfectly. The expanding modern world brings convenience for ordinary citizens while steadily destroying the advantages criminals once relied upon. Telegraphs spread descriptions rapidly. Railroads move posses quickly. Photography preserves faces permanently. The frontier grows smaller every year. Around midday, the riders stop near a railroad water tower standing alone beside the tracks. The structure creaks softly in the wind while snow drifts against its wooden supports. Nearby sits a maintenance shed with smoke curling faintly from the chimney. Occupied, Cullen studies the area carefully before nodding toward Mercer and Boone. Go see who's there. The two riders approach slowly while the others wait hidden among low hills beside the tracks. You watch the scene nervously through blowing snow. The railroad itself feels strange up close, modern almost. A steel scar cutting across wilderness older than memory. Historians often describe the railroad as the true force ending the classic outlaw era. And standing here now, you begin understanding why. Railroads bring settlers, commerce, soldiers, lawmen, telegraph lines, schedules, newspapers, and permanent infrastructure into territory once protected by isolation. The wilderness loses its secrecy. Mercer eventually returns with Boone beside him. Just workers, Mercer says, friendly enough. The riders approach the shed cautiously afterward. Inside, warmth rushes over you immediately, along with the smell of coal smoke, engine grease, wet wool, and coffee. Two railroad workers sit near a cast-iron stove eating beans from tin bowls. Both look exhausted enough to collapse upright. Railroad labor during the 1870s remains brutally difficult. Long hours, dangerous machinery, harsh weather, isolation, explosives, accidents, falling equipment, violence from raids or labor disputes. One worker glances toward the armed riders without visible alarm. "You boys lawmen!" Mercer laughs so hard he nearly coughs. "No." The worker shrugs. "Probably healthier." Interesting attitude. Many frontier laborers distrust authorities almost as much as criminals do. Railroad companies gain enormous power during this period, and workers frequently feel exploited by wealthy Eastern investors who never experience Western conditions personally. The workers offer coffee in exchange for tobacco. Small acts of trade like this help frontier communities function despite widespread suspicion. Isolation encourages practical cooperation. One of the workers eventually mentions hearing about recent robberies farther east. "Whole country talking about outlaws now," he says while warming hands beside the stove. Boone smirks faintly. "Newspapers like stories. Stories make folks nervous." The worker replies, "True enough." Public fear surrounding frontier crime grows rapidly through sensational reporting. Eastern readers imagine the West overflowing with constant gunfights and masked bandits waiting behind every cactus. In reality, many Western settlements remain relatively ordinary most days. But fear sells. Always has. Outside, the distant whistle of an approaching train suddenly echoes across the plains. Long, powerful, mechanical. Everybody turns instinctively toward the tracks. Even seasoned outlaws watch trains strangely. Part fascination, part resentment, part understanding that these iron machines are reshaping the continent permanently. The train appears gradually through drifting snow. Black engine, towering smoke, steel wheels screaming against rails. You feel the vibration before the locomotive fully arrives. Then it rushes past in thunderous motion. Passenger cars blur behind frosted windows. Faces flash briefly into view. Wealthy travelers, families, salesmen, soldiers, perhaps. An entire moving world speeding westward through outlaw country. The train disappears quickly into the distance, trailing smoke across the pale sky. Silence returns slowly afterward. But the mood has changed somehow. Harlan stares toward the tracks thoughtfully. "That thing'll finish us someday." Nobody laughs, because everybody senses the truth beneath the statement. The classic outlaw life depends upon distance and slowness. Slow communication, slow travel, vast, unmonitored spaces. Railroads destroy all three. By late afternoon, the riders leave the water tower behind and continue into rougher country where snow thins across rocky hillsides. Danny's condition improves slightly, though his arm still pains him badly whenever the horse stumbles. The group remains tense. Movement near railroad lines always risks encounters with patrols, detectives, station agents, or armed guards. Train robberies especially have pushed companies toward stronger security measures lately. Some railroads even employ former gunmen as guards. The frontier loves irony. Camp that evening settles inside a narrow canyon protected from the wind. Small fire, quiet voices, beans again. Always beans eventually. While eating supper, Fletcher pulls a crumpled newspaper clipping from his coat pocket and tosses it near the firelight. A sketch of a famous outlaw stares upward from the page beneath dramatic headlines. "Wanted dead or alive? Reward amount enormous." Eli whistles softly. "Imagine that money." Mercer studies the paper for a moment. "Imagine everybody hunting you every waking minute." The camp grows quiet after that. Outside the canyon, cold wind slides through the darkness while stars slowly emerge overhead beyond the cliffs. And somewhere far away, another train whistle echoes faintly across the sleeping frontier. Closer every year, the canyon smells of smoke, coffee, and wet wool by dawn. You wake beneath stiff blankets while pale sunlight creeps slowly down the rock walls, turning the frost along the ground silver and gold. Nearby, Boone snores softly with his hat covering half his face, while Mercer crouches beside the fire, stirring beans in a blackened pot already hanging over the flames. Beans again. The Old West runs partly on cattle, partly on coffee, and almost entirely on beans. Eli sits up beside you with the exhausted expression of a man who has reached spiritual limits regarding legumes. "If I die," he mutters, "don't bury me near beans." Mercer barely looks up. "I'm planting beans over your grave." That earns a few sleepy laughs around camp. Humor matters more lately because tension has settled permanently over the riders during the past several days. Posse rumors, railroad patrols, Pinkerton sightings, winter weather, hunger, everything pressing together. You notice how often the men now check the horizon while eating or talking. Nobody truly relaxes anymore. Even sleep looks uneasy. The outlaw life narrows people gradually into creatures of instinct and caution. After breakfast, Cullen announces the group will split temporarily. "Need money," he says simply. Another practical reality. Outlaw gangs constantly require cash, ammunition, horses, food, bribes, medical supplies, safe houses. Survival itself becomes expensive once society officially decides it wants you arrested. Harlan explains the plan while tracing rough routes in the dirt beside the fire. Several riders will head toward a nearby cattle town where gambling saloons stay busy through winter cattle shipments. Easy money flows there. So do careless cowboys carrying wages after long drives. Gambling becomes one of the frontier's great obsessions, partly because Western economies feel unstable already. Mines collapse, crops fail, cattle prices swing wildly. Entire fortunes appear and vanish overnight. Chance starts feeling almost normal. You ride with Mercer, Eli, and Boone toward town beneath cold blue skies while snow melts slowly across the plains. Mud sucks at the horses' hooves in wet stretches of trail. Ravens circle overhead, watching silently. By afternoon, the cattle town appears ahead, surrounded by muddy stockyards and drifting wood smoke. Compared to earlier settlements, this place feels rougher immediately. Louder, more crowded, more dangerous. Cowboys move through the streets in dusty groups. Freight wagons jam the roads. Saloon music spills from nearly every building, while gunshots echo faintly somewhere beyond town limits. Nobody reacts much to the shots. That tells you enough already. Historically, cattle towns often develop reputations for violence, partly because they attract transient young men carrying money, alcohol, loneliness, and revolvers simultaneously. Not an ideal emotional combination. The riders stable horses near the edge of town before entering separately. Again, no large groups, no unnecessary attention. Inside the saloon, warmth and noise hit you like a physical wall. Cigarette smoke curls beneath hanging lanterns while gamblers crowd around faro and poker tables packed tightly together. Boots stomp across sticky floors. Glasses clink constantly. Somebody laughs loud enough to shake the windows. And everywhere, money changing hands. Gold coins, bills, poker chips. Easy fortune floating briefly between desperate fingers. Mercer guides you toward the back tables where quieter card games unfold beneath dimmer lantern light. Boone disappears almost immediately toward a faro dealer he apparently knows already. That seems concerning. You watch the room carefully while Mercer joins a poker game with practiced calm. His entire personality changes slightly here, more relaxed, more observant, like a wolf entering familiar hunting ground. Frontier gambling requires skill beyond cards themselves, reading faces, watching hands, detecting cheating, understanding when tempers may suddenly explode. Because Western saloons contain astonishing amounts of fragile pride, a cowboy losing 3 months' wages after too much whiskey can become dangerous quickly. You notice several women moving through the crowded room, carrying drinks and balancing trays expertly between drunken customers. Saloon workers occupy difficult positions within frontier society, essential to town economies, yet judged harshly by polite Eastern standards. Many support entire families through dangerous, exhausting labor. One woman pauses near your table while refilling whiskey glasses. "You boys passing through," Mercer answers smoothly. "Ain't everybody." Fair point. The frontier itself often feels temporary during this era. Boomtowns appear overnight, then collapse months later. Railroad camps move constantly. Miners drift west after new strikes. Ranch hands follow seasonal work across enormous distances. Stability remains rare. The poker game continues for hours, while daylight fades outside the frosted windows. Mercer wins steadily through patient conservative betting, while several cowboys grow increasingly drunk and reckless. One young ranch hand loses badly enough to begin sweating visibly despite the cold weather. "Cards cursed?" he mutters. "No," an older gambler replies calmly. "You just stupid." Surprisingly honest environment. You realize then that gambling serves multiple purposes for frontier men beyond money itself. It provides excitement, social contact, distraction from loneliness, temporary escape from harsh labor, hope packaged into shuffled cards. Historically, Western gambling houses often function almost like informal community centers despite their dangerous reputations. Mercer eventually leaves the table with modest winnings tucked quietly inside his coat. Nothing dramatic, just enough cash to help the group survive a while longer. That surprises you slightly. No cheating, no robbery, simply gambling skill. Many outlaws drift between legal and illegal income, constantly depending on opportunity. The boundary separating respectable citizen from criminal remains thinner than Eastern society likes admitting. Outside, darkness has settled fully across town. Snowmelt turns streets into rivers of freezing mud, reflecting lantern light in long, shimmering streaks. Then shouting erupts nearby. Everybody on the street reacts instantly. A drunken cowboy stumbles from another saloon clutching a revolver, while two men follow yelling behind him. The crowd scatters automatically toward sidewalks and doorways. Frontier instincts. The cowboy waves the pistol wildly. "You calling me liar?" One man answers. "Bad decision." The gun fires with deafening suddenness. Not dramatic, not cinematic, just terrifyingly fast. The bullet smashes through a nearby sign instead of flesh, while horses rear in panic along the street. Somebody tackles the drunk shooter into the mud before another shot follows. Then silence, heavy breathing, cursing, mud everywhere. The entire incident lasts perhaps 8 seconds. Real frontier violence often happens exactly like this. Clumsy, chaotic, fueled by alcohol and wounded pride rather than cold, dramatic speeches beneath moonlight. Mercer exhales slowly. Town's lively tonight? An understatement. The riders regroup later near the stables carrying supplies, small winnings, and fresh rumors gathered from gamblers and bartenders. More train robberies westward, more Pinkerton detectives arriving by rail, more newspapers screaming about frontier crime. The West feels nervous lately, changing, and while the town lanterns flicker against the muddy darkness, you begin sensing something else too. The outlaw life is becoming harder. Not impossible yet, but harder every month. The riders leave town well before sunrise. Cold mud splashes beneath the horses, while the cattle town still sleeps behind shuttered windows and fading saloon lanterns. Somewhere in the darkness, a piano continues playing softly for the few remaining drunks unwilling to surrender the night. You glance back once toward the glowing buildings shrinking behind you. Strange how frontier towns can feel alive and lonely. At the same time, ahead, the plains stretch silent beneath fading stars, while frost glitters silver across the grasslands. Mercer rides beside Boone in low conversation about railroad schedules and supply routes. Harlan studies the horizon constantly. Something feels different this morning, more focused. Eventually, Cullen guides the group into a shallow ravine hidden from the trail above. Horses are watered quietly while everyone gathers near a cluster of rocks sheltered from the wind. Then Harlan finally explains, "Stagecoach coming through tomorrow." Silence settles briefly. There it is. Not rumor, not distant stories. An actual robbery? You notice Eli straighten nervously beside the horses. Even Mercer looks more serious now. Whatever casual drifting existence these riders normally maintain, this business matters. Cullen scratches rough lines into the dirt with a stick while outlining the plan. The stage route crosses narrow hills west of the river where steep ground slows horses naturally. Perfect place for an ambush. 2 riders block the road. Others remain hidden nearby. Nobody fires unless necessary. Again that phrase, unless necessary. Historically, many Western robberies rely more on intimidation than violence. Armed gangs use surprise, masks, positioning, and reputation to overwhelm victims quickly before resistance forms. Actual shootouts remain risky for everyone involved. Still terrifying, but usually less theatrical than later stories suggest. You feel unease settle deeper into your stomach while the men discuss details calmly over cold coffee. Timing, escape routes, who handles the horses, who watches for escorts. The practical nature of the conversation makes everything more disturbing somehow, like discussing weather. By afternoon, the riders reach the ambush site, low rocky hills overlooking a narrow trail where wagon wheels must slow through rough terrain. Sparse pine trees cling to the slopes while dry brush rustles in the wind. Good ground for hiding, bad ground for panicked horses. Mercer dismounts beside the trail and studies wheel ruts carefully. "Coach passed yesterday," he says. Harlan nods. "Same route then." The rest of the day becomes preparation. Horses moved into concealed gullies. Rifles checked. Bandanas prepared to cover faces. Evening arrives cold and restless, while the riders camp without fire deeper among the hills. Nobody talks much tonight. The usual joking fades beneath tension. Even Eli stays quiet. You sit wrapped in blankets, listening to wind whisper through dry grass, while somewhere distant coyotes howl beneath the rising moon. Then Boone quietly asks the question everybody is thinking. What if they got guards? Cullen answers without hesitation.
Then we leave.
Simple, direct, interesting. Because contrary to popular myth, many outlaws avoid unnecessary risks carefully. Failed robberies can destroy gangs overnight. Dead lawmen bring massive retaliation. Wounded horses, slow escapes. Every complexion increases danger. Still, danger remains unavoidable. That truth settles heavily over camp while the night grows colder. Sleep comes slowly. At dawn, the riders move into position before sunrise. The world feels frozen. Pale blue light spreads across frosted hills, while breath drifts from horses in thick white clouds. The men tie bandanas across their faces now, transforming familiar companions into silent, anonymous figures. Outlaw mythology often romanticizes masks dramatically, but practical reasons matter most. Concealment protects identities from witnesses. Many stagecoach passengers later describe robbers vaguely because fear and confusion blur details further. You crouch behind rocks beside Mercer while the narrow trail curves below through the valley. Everything feels impossibly quiet. Waiting becomes its own kind of torture. Minutes stretch. Wind rustles brush softly. A hawk circles overhead. Then finally you hear it. Faint at first. The distant rattle of wheels. Horse harness jingling. The stagecoach approaching. Your pulse begins hammering hard enough to feel painful. Mercer glances sideways calmly. "Don't panic," he mutters. "Panicking gets folks killed." Comforting advice. The stagecoach appears gradually around the bend below. 6 horses pulling hard, driver hunched against the cold. One shotgun guard seated beside him. Important detail. The riders tense immediately. The coach slows naturally, entering rough terrain, exactly as Harlan predicted. Wheels crunch over loose stone. The horses struggle slightly uphill. Then Cullen and Boone ride suddenly onto the trail ahead with rifles raised. Hold up. The horses rear violently. The driver curses. The shotgun guard reaches instinctively for his weapon, and everything almost collapses immediately. Mercer fires first, not at the guard, at the air beside the horses. The gunshot explodes across the hills, deafeningly loud. The frightened team jerks sideways, while passengers scream inside the coach. "Easy," Mercer shouts from the rocks. Nobody move. Chaos swallows the valley. Horses panicking, passengers yelling. The guard halfway standing with terror written plainly across his face. Real robberies rarely resemble elegant Western duels. Mostly confusion, noise, fear moving faster than reason. Cullen rides closer, pointing his rifle steadily. "We want the strong box, that's all." The driver hesitates. Bad decision again. Mercer chambers another round loudly enough for everyone to hear, and suddenly resistance disappears. The guard lowers his shotgun first. Smart man. Harlan and Fletcher move quickly now, pulling the lockbox from beneath the driver's seat, while Boone watches the passengers carefully. Through the coach windows, you glimpse frightened faces pressed against the glass. Ordinary travelers, not villains, not heroes, just unlucky people trapped inside frontier history. The entire robbery lasts perhaps 3 minutes. No dramatic speeches, no spinning revolvers. Just cold, frightened people trying desperately not to die. Then disaster nearly strikes anyway. One passenger suddenly bursts from the coach holding a tiny pistol with shaking hands. Everything happens too quickly afterward. Mercer swings his rifle upward. Danny shouts something. The passenger fires wildly. The bullet misses completely, smashing into rocks above the trail. Then silence crashes down again. The terrified passenger drops the pistol instantly after realizing half a dozen rifles now point directly toward him. Nobody shoots. Nobody moves. Finally, Cullen speaks softly. "Get back inside." The man obeys immediately, mercifully, because everybody understands how close things came to bloodshed just then. Exactly this kind of panic turns robberies deadly, not cold evil masterminds. Fearful ordinary people making sudden desperate choices. The riders retreat moments later carrying the lockbox toward hidden escape trails through the hills. Behind them, the stagecoach remains frozen in the valley beneath terrified silence. As the horses pound across rocky ground, adrenaline still floods your chest painfully. Eli rides beside you, breathing hard. That went bad quick. Mercer glances back toward the distant trail. Almost always does. And behind you somewhere, the robbed stagecoach already begins carrying fresh stories eastward into newspapers, hungry for another frontier legend. The riders do not stop for nearly 4 hours. Horses thunder through narrow ravines and rocky hills, while cold wind tears at coats and scarves. Nobody speaks above short warnings shouted across the trail. The robbery still hangs over the group like smoke after gunfire. Too close! Far too close. You can still picture the terrified passenger climbing from the stagecoach with trembling hands and that tiny pistol shaking against the morning light. One wrong movement, one nervous trigger pull, and the valley might have become a graveyard. Real frontier violence often balances on moments exactly like that. By midday, the riders finally slow near a dry canyon hidden among broken cliffs where twisted juniper trees cling stubbornly to stone. Horses foam with sweat despite the freezing air. Danny nearly slides from the saddle when stopping. Everyone looks exhausted. Adrenaline burns through the body quickly, leaving behind shaking hands and pounding headaches. Harlan immediately posts lookouts above the canyon while Cullen kneels beside the stolen lockbox near the rocks. The object itself appears surprisingly plain. Iron corners, scratched wood, mud splashed across one side. Not glamorous treasure, just a heavy box carrying risk. Mercer pries it open eventually, using a crowbar wrapped in cloth to muffle sound. The lid cracks upward with a metallic groan. Inside wait stacks of bills, rolled coins, documents, and sealed envelopes tied neatly with string. For several seconds, nobody speaks. Then Eli whistles softly. Worth freezing for. Maybe. The money gets divided carefully into smaller packets afterward, because carrying large, obvious amounts increases danger if captured. Again, practicality rules everything. Real outlaw operations often resemble nervous traveling businesses more than romantic criminal empires. Every detail matters. How much weight horses carry. Which towns can safely exchange stolen bills? Who buys valuables without questions? The frontier runs partly on unofficial economies hidden beneath ordinary life. Boone examines several envelopes from the lockbox and laughs quietly. Insurance papers? Mercer snorts. Steal a stagecoach just to rob paperwork. Oddly enough, historical robberies frequently produce disappointment exactly like this. Many outlaws discover stolen shipments contain less cash than expected. Railroads increasingly transport money discreetly or under guard. Some robberies barely cover expenses afterward. Crime proves remarkably inefficient sometimes. The group rests briefly while cold afternoon sunlight drifts across the canyon walls. Coffee boils over a tiny concealed fire. Horses graze nervously between patches of dry winter grass, and slowly conversation returns. Mostly nervous laughter now that immediate danger has passed. Eli reenacts the passenger stumbling from the coach with the tiny pistol. Several riders laugh hard enough to spill coffee. Little fella looked ready, faint, dead away. Fletcher says, Mercer shakes his head. Could have killed somebody easy. The laughter fades after that, because again, the truth settles heavily beneath every robbery. Nobody fully controls these situations once fear spreads among armed strangers. Cullen eventually folds a newspaper clipping beside the fire while staring toward the canyon entrance thoughtfully. Town papers'll love this one. True enough, by tomorrow, exaggerated versions of the robbery will already begin spreading outward through telegraph lines and newspapers. The number of outlaws will grow larger, gunfire more dramatic, danger more theatrical. The myth-making starts almost instantly in the American West. You ask Mercer whether stagecoach passengers ever fight back successfully. Sometimes, he says, mostly gets messy. Historically, armed resistance during robberies produces mixed outcomes. Certain passengers become celebrated heroes after stopping criminals. Others accidentally worsen chaos. Stagecoaches remain cramped, confusing spaces during attacks. Horses panic. Visibility disappears. Gunshots ricochet unpredictably. There is nothing clean about it. As afternoon fades, the riders prepare to move again. Staying near robbery sites too long becomes dangerous. Posses form rapidly after stagecoach thefts because transportation companies pressure local sheriffs aggressively. Money talks loudly on the frontier, especially railroad and stagecoach money. The group rides north this time, through rougher country, where steep ravines hide trails from open plains below. Snow lingers beneath shaded rocks, while icy wind funnels sharply through narrow passes. By evening, they reach a small homestead isolated beside frozen pasture land. Smoke rises gently from the chimney, while chickens scratch near the barn despite the cold. Safe place again, apparently. An older rancher steps from the house, holding a lantern and squinting suspiciously into the darkness. Beside him stands a teenage girl carrying firewood against her coat. "You're late," the rancher says. "Had business," Cullen replies. The rancher grunts like a man accustomed to not asking further questions. Frontier homesteads often occupy morally uncertain territory regarding outlaw activity. Isolated families need protection, trade connections, and practical relationships with whoever controls nearby regions. Cooperation does not always mean approval. Sometimes it simply means survival. Inside the house, warmth surrounds you immediately. Stew simmers on the stove. Fresh bread cools beside the table. A cat sleeps near the fireplace, completely indifferent to outlaw drama. For a few peaceful moments, the scene feels almost painfully ordinary. The teenage girl studies the riders curiously while pouring coffee into mismatched cups. "You boys soldiers?" she asks. Mercer nearly chokes, laughing. "No, ma'am." The rancher gives his daughter a warning look after that. Conversation becomes quieter. Yet you notice something important during supper. The outlaws behave politely here. Hats removed indoors. Weapons kept low. Voices softer around the family. Another contradiction hidden beneath frontier mythology. Many criminals move comfortably through ordinary social spaces because they themselves come from ordinary communities originally. Some still miss those lives deeply. After the meal, the rancher quietly exchanges news with Harlan beside the stove. Deputies searching farther south, railroad detectives asking questions in nearby towns. fresh wanted posters arriving by telegraph. Pressure building steadily again. The walls feel smaller somehow afterward. Outside, night settles cold and black across the prairie, while wind rattles the barn doors softly. You step briefly onto the porch and stare toward distant darkness beyond the homestead fences. Somewhere out there, posies are probably already following the robbery trail, newspaper editors preparing headlines, telegraph operators sending descriptions town to town, the frontier itself tightening around men like these, 1 mile at a time. Behind you, inside the house, laughter rises briefly from the supper table. Tired, human, temporary. And you realize, perhaps, that is the strangest thing about outlaw life. Not the violence, not the robberies, but how ordinary everything still feels between moments of danger. The rancher's house settles into silence long before midnight. Wind whispers against the walls, while the stove glows softly beside sleeping figures wrapped in blankets across the floor. The teenage girl and her parents sleep upstairs, leaving the riders below among saddles, boots, and drying coats that smell faintly of snow and horse sweat. You remain awake longer than most. Something about ordinary homes feels unsettling now after so many nights outdoors. The ticking clock above the stove, the neatly folded quilts, the framed family photograph beside the lamp, small reminders that stable lives still exist somewhere beyond outlaw trails and canyon camps. Mercer notices you staring at the photograph. "Don't get attached," he mutters quietly. Interesting choice of words, because attachment becomes dangerous for men constantly moving under false names. Families create leverage. Homes create patterns. The outlaw life survives through motion and distance. Still, you wonder how many riders secretly miss ordinary mornings beside kitchen tables instead of frozen camps beneath storm clouds. Before dawn, the group prepares quietly to leave. The rancher accepts payment without counting it openly. Another frontier courtesy. Everyone pretends not to notice too much. Outside, the prairie stretches cold and silver beneath moonlight, fading toward morning. Frost crackles beneath boots, while horses stamp impatiently near the barn. Cullen gathers the riders beside the fence line. We head south now. South, toward the borderlands. The word changes the atmosphere immediately. Even you know enough frontier stories to understand what that means. Mexico, escape routes, smugglers, remote territory where law enforcement weakens and identities blur even further. Historically, many outlaw gangs rely heavily on border regions because jurisdiction becomes complicated there. American deputies cannot simply cross international lines freely. Different languages, legal systems, and political tensions create opportunities for fugitives. At least temporarily, the riders move southward through rolling plains beneath pale winter sunlight, while distant mountains slowly appear along the horizon like blue ghosts rising from the earth. The landscape changes gradually too. Less snow, more dry brush and rocky ground. Longer empty stretches between settlements, the frontier growing wilder again. By midday, warmth returns enough for coats to loosen slightly. Eli rides beside Boone discussing rumors about smuggling operations farther south. Horses, whiskey, stolen cattle, weapons sometimes. The border economy thrives partly because laws become flexible near remote territory edges. Ranchers move livestock across disputed land. Traders avoid tariffs, criminals disappear into shifting communities where paperwork and identification remain unreliable. The West still contains huge blind spots during the 1870s. Though fewer every year, you stop briefly at a dusty trading settlement near afternoon. The place barely qualifies as a town. A cantina, blacksmith shed, general store leaning sideways against the wind. Several men wearing broad sombreros watch the riders arrive without visible curiosity. People near border country learn not to ask questions unnecessarily. Inside the cantina, warm air smells of chili peppers, tobacco smoke, sweat, and strong liquor unfamiliar compared to northern whiskey. Music drifts softly from a guitar near the back wall, while gamblers crowd around rough wooden tables beneath hanging lanterns. Different culture, same frontier tension underneath. Cullen exchanges quiet words with the barkeeper in rough Spanish, while the others spread casually through the room. You notice several armed men sitting near the walls, watching everyone carefully over glasses of mezcal. Outlaw territory overlaps constantly here. American fugitives, Mexican bandits, smugglers, mercenaries, former soldiers from too many forgotten conflicts. The borderlands gather restless people, like rivers gather driftwood. A heavy-set rider near the card table studies Danny's bandaged arm. Trouble north, little bit. The man laughs softly. Always little bit. Another universal frontier truth. Mercer eventually joins you beside the bar, while the barkeeper serves thick stew and fresh tortillas, hot enough to steam in the cool room. After weeks of beans and hard bread, the meal feels almost miraculous. Eli closes his eyes dramatically after the first bite. "If heaven real," he announces, "it smells like this." Nobody argues. Food remains the fastest path toward temporary happiness in outlaw life. While eating, you overhear conversations drifting through the cantina. Train schedules, army patrols, cattle prices, bandit raids farther south. News travels strangely along frontier routes. Information moves through saloons, trading posts, railroad stations, gambling halls, and ranch kitchens long before official newspapers arrive. Sometimes more accurately, too, Harlan eventually unfolds a crumpled newspaper carried from farther north. The stagecoach robbery already appears inside beneath massive dramatic headlines. Bold daylight attack. Ruthless outlaw gang strikes again. Passengers terrified during armed assault. The article describes a dozen heavily armed desperados. You almost laugh. There were 7 riders, total, and only 1 actual shot fired. Myth-making works quickly. The newspaper also claims several passengers nearly died during a savage exchange of gunfire. Completely false. Yet Eastern readers will absorb the story eagerly anyway, imagining terrifying frontier war zones beyond civilization. Mercer shakes his head while reading. Tomorrow they'll say we rode dragons. Still, exaggerated stories serve unexpected purposes sometimes. Larger than life, reputations intimidate victims during future robberies. Fear itself becomes a weapon. Many famous outlaws quietly encourage their own legends for exactly that reason. As evening approaches, Cullen meets privately with 2 riders near the cantina entrance. Low voices, serious expressions. Eventually, money changes hands discreetly. Supplies arranged, perhaps, or safe passage farther south. Border communities often survive through unofficial agreements, impossible to track clearly afterward. Historians still debate the exact relationships between certain outlaw gangs and local settlements because records remain incomplete or deliberately hidden. Too many people profit from silence. The riders leave after sunset beneath a sky glowing deep red behind the mountains. Coyotes howl somewhere beyond the trail, while cold desert wind sweeps dust across the ground. You ride southward now through darker, emptier country, where even telegraph lines disappear. For the first time in days, civilization feels far away again, yet strangely, the isolation no longer feels protective, only temporary, because no matter how distant the borderlands appear, railroads, newspapers, and detectives continue spreading steadily outward like floodwater across the frontier. And somewhere behind the riders, wanted posters carrying exaggerated sketches are already drying on fresh-nailed boards beneath town lanterns all across the American West. The border country feels older than the northern plains, rougher, too. The land rises into broken desert hills scattered with thorny brush and weathered stone, while narrow trails twist through dry arroyos where flash floods sometimes roar without warning during summer storms. Even winter air smells different here. Dust, sage, wood smoke drifting faintly from distant settlements hidden beyond the ridges. The riders travel cautiously beneath pale morning sunlight, while vultures circle lazily overhead. Mercer notices you watching them. Those birds know things. Not comforting. Danny rides more steadily now, despite the wounded arm, though exhaustion still hangs on him heavily. Weeks of fear and constant movement age people quickly on the frontier. Faces harden, eyes narrow, smiles disappear first. Outlaw life strips softness away gradually. By midday, the riders reach a rocky overlook where the land opens wide below into desert valleys, stretching toward distant mountains, blurred blue by heat and dust. No towns visible, no railroads, no telegraph poles humming overhead, just emptiness. For a moment, the wilderness almost feels endless again. Eli exhales slowly beside you. Could disappear forever out here? Maybe once, but not anymore. Even these remote regions slowly changed during the 1870s. Surveyors map trails, railroads push farther south, army patrols expand across border territories, mining camps appear suddenly in places previously known only to ranchers and smugglers. The frontier keeps shrinking. The riders descend into a narrow canyon by afternoon, where water trickles weakly through stone pools beneath cottonwoods stripped bare for winter. Camp forms quickly among the rocks, while horses drink greedily after the long, dry ride. No large fire tonight. Too exposed. The borderlands carry their own dangers separate from northern posses. Raiders, smugglers, desperate drifters. Mercer explains, while checking rifle cartridges beside the rocks. North you worry about sheriffs. South you worry about everybody. Reasonable summary. As evening settles over the canyon, conversation drifts toward gunfights. Not glorious stories, mostly unpleasant memories. One rider describes a drunken saloon shooting where both men missed repeatedly at arm's length before somebody slipped in, spilled whiskey, and broke his own wrist. Another remembers a ranch dispute ending when a frightened teenager accidentally shot his cousin during confusion. The stories sound awkward, messy, embarrassing sometimes, and that may be the greatest difference between real frontier violence and later Hollywood fantasy. Genuine gunfights rarely look heroic. People panic, weapons jam, visibility fails, participants stumble, hide, miss constantly, or flee immediately. Fear overwhelms style. Historically, many Western gunfights end with very few shots fired because participants either lose nerve or discover survival suddenly matters more than pride. Still, people die. Frequently enough. Boone eventually points toward Mercer while chewing tobacco. Tell him about Wichita. Mercer sighs heavily. No point. Good story, though. The others laugh quietly. Finally, Mercer relents. Years earlier, he explains, a gambler insulted him during a poker game in Wichita. Both men stepped outside expecting some grand dramatic showdown worthy of dime novels. Instead, the gambler sneezed from cigarette smoke while drawing his revolver and accidentally shot the saloon sign above his own head. Then both men apparently reconsidered their life choices and went back inside. The entire camp laughs harder at that than any robbery story so far, because deep down they recognize something truthful there. Most people do not actually want violence, even dangerous men. They want respect, money, escape, pride, survival. Violence usually arrives afterward through fear and momentum. The fire crackles softly while stars emerge overhead, one by one, across the cold desert sky. Then Harlan speaks quietly from the shadows. Still kills you same either way. Silence follows. Because awkward or not, frontier violence leaves graves behind all the same. You think again about the stagecoach passenger with the tiny pistol. One frightened twitch separated survival from tragedy. The Old West contains endless moments exactly like that, hidden beneath its legends. Moments where ordinary human panic shapes history. Later that night, while most of the riders sleep, distant hoofbeats echo faintly through the canyon. Everybody wakes instantly. Weapons drawn. No hesitation anymore. The hoofbeats approach slowly from the darkness beyond camp, while horses snort nervously beside the rocks. Then a voice calls softly in Spanish. Cullen answers immediately. A pair of riders emerge from the canyon entrance, leading pack mules loaded with supplies. Smugglers, apparently. Or traders. Hard telling where one category ends and the other begins in border country. The newcomers dismount beside the fire, exchanging handshakes and cautious smiles. Business begins quickly afterward. Coffee, ammunition, dried meat, blankets, even medicine bottles traded from saddlebags. Illegal frontier economies depend heavily on mobile exchanges like these. Remote riders carry goods between isolated communities where official supply routes remain unreliable or heavily monitored. One of the smugglers glances curiously toward Danny's wound. Law, trouble. Some. The man nods like someone hearing ordinary weather news. Law trouble remains common currency out here. While the trade continues, you notice something interesting. Nobody asks names carefully. Transactions rely more on reputation and mutual necessity than formal identity. In border regions especially. People survive through flexible loyalties and selective ignorance. The smugglers eventually share rumors from farther south. Army patrols increasing, railroad survey crews moving toward new territory, Pinkerton detectives rumored in major cattle towns. Again the same pattern. Civilization spreading outward relentlessly. Even here, after the trade ends, one smuggler studies the riders thoughtfully across the firelight. You boys should head farther west, he says quietly. Country changing. Nobody answers immediately. Because everybody already knows. The classic outlaw world survives now in shrinking pockets between expanding systems, railroads, telegraphs, bureaucracy, photography, national newspapers, modern America approaching on steel rails. The smugglers depart before dawn. disappearing silently into the desert darkness with their pack mules trailing behind. And afterward the canyon feels colder somehow, like the future itself just rode past camp and politely warned everyone that time is running short. Morning arrives gray and bitterly cold. Thin ice forms along the edges of the canyon pools, while the riders move stiffly around camp, rubbing warmth back into numb fingers. The little fire struggles against damp wind sweeping through the rocks. Coffee boils slowly. Horses stand with lowered heads beside the brush, conserving energy. Everyone looks worn down now, not dramatically, just quietly, the kind of exhaustion that settles deep behind the eyes. Outlaw life ages people in uneven ways. Some riders go gray early, others develop permanent coughs from dust and cigarettes. Knees fail from endless saddle hours. Old injuries ache constantly during winter weather. The West wears bodies apart gradually. Danny wakes shivering beneath blankets while clutching his wounded arm. Harlan kneels beside him immediately, unwrapping the bandages with careful hands. The smell hits before the cloth fully comes away. Bad sign. Infection? The skin around the wound has turned angry red overnight. Swollen, hot. Danny's face shines faintly with fever despite the freezing air. Nobody speaks for several moments, because everybody understands how dangerous this becomes. Frontier medicine during the 1870s remains frighteningly limited once infections take hold. Antibiotics do not exist yet. Even skilled doctors lose patients regularly from wounds considered minor today. A scraped hand, a cracked tooth, a bullet graze exactly like this one. Mercer curses softly beneath his breath. Danny tries smiling weakly. Looks worse than feels. Lie. Obvious lie. The fever has already reached his eyes. Cullen studies the canyon entrance thoughtfully, while Harlan cleans the wound using whiskey and boiled water. Danny bites down hard on a rolled blanket during the process. No screaming, just shaking. The camp grows unusually quiet afterward. Outlaws fear illness differently than bullets, because sickness slows everyone together. Gunfights end quickly. Disease lingers. A feverish rider needs shelter, food, rest, medicine, protection. All difficult things for fugitives constantly moving through harsh country. Historically, disease kills staggering numbers of frontier people. Cholera, dysentery, tuberculosis, pneumonia, smallpox outbreaks, untreated infections. Entire wagon trains sometimes lose members without ever hearing gunfire. The romantic mythology of the West rarely mentions diarrhea enough. Probably for the best. The riders delay departure until midday, while Danny sleeps fitfully near the fire beneath extra blankets. Boone quietly sharpens knives beside the rocks, while Eli stares into the flames with unusual seriousness. Finally, he asks the question nobody wants voiced. What if the kid can't ride? Silence. Cold wind slides through the canyon. Mercer keeps cleaning his revolver without looking up. Another hidden reality of outlaw life emerges then. Mobility matters above nearly everything else. A gang slowed too heavily risks capture or starvation. Yet abandoning wounded companions destroys trust completely. Practical survival collides against human loyalty. Cullen eventually answers, "We move slower." No argument follows, but tension remains. The riders finally leave camp during the afternoon, traveling cautiously through rough canyon country where narrow trails twist between steep stone walls glowing red beneath winter sunlight. Danny rides poorly now. Sweat darkens his collar despite the cold weather. Several times he nearly slips sideways from the saddle before Mercer steadies him again. Nobody jokes today. By late afternoon, they reach an abandoned mining settlement scattered across a rocky hillside. Empty shacks lean crookedly against the wind, while rusted equipment lies half buried in dust and snow. Ghost towns become common across the West after mining booms collapse. Entire communities vanish almost overnight once gold or silver runs dry. Stores abandoned, homes emptied, dreams left rotting beneath weathered roofs. The frontier produces failure as quickly as fortune. Cullen chooses one of the sturdier cabins for shelter. Inside smells of old wood, ashes, and mice. Somebody has left rusty cans stacked near the wall years earlier. Danny collapses onto blankets near the cold fireplace immediately after entering. Harlan examines the wound again. Worse now. Much worse. Need doctor, he says quietly. The statement hangs heavily in the dim cabin light. Doctors mean towns. Towns mean risk. Risk means possible capture. Mercer stares toward the cracked window thoughtfully. There's settlement west, maybe 20 miles. Too far, Harlan replies. And there it is. The frontier reducing human choices down to ugly mathematics. You notice Eli watching Danny uneasily from across the room. The feverish boy looks painfully young suddenly. Not hardened outlaw anymore. Just another frightened teenager shivering beneath blankets in an abandoned cabin far from home. Perhaps that is what many outlaws truly are beneath the legends. Lost young men improvising adulthood badly. Night settles over the mining camp, while wind whistles through broken boards outside. Snow begins falling lightly again. The riders build a small fire inside the cabin, using scavenged lumber hacked from collapsed structures nearby. Smoke curls slowly through gaps in the roof, while shadows flicker across exhausted faces. Danny wakes briefly sometime after dark, muttering confused fragments about horses and card games. Fever dreams already. Mercer hands him water carefully. Easy now. The gentleness in his voice surprises you. Maybe it should not. Even dangerous men remain human around suffering sometimes. Harlan eventually tells stories quietly beside the fire while trying to keep Danny awake. Frontier superstition often treats sleep during fever with suspicion. Some believe sleeping men simply drift away easier afterward. No one fully understands illness yet. One story involves a gang member years earlier who survived being shot twice, but later died from a tooth infection after weeks of agony. That's the West, Harlan mutters. Wrong thing kills you. True. The frontier constantly ignores dramatic expectations. Heroes freeze during storms. Gunfighters die from infected blisters. Famous outlaws survive bullets only to drown crossing rivers afterward. Nature and bad luck care little for reputation. Outside the cabin, the wind grows stronger. Snow taps softly against broken windows, while somewhere among the abandoned buildings, loose metal creaks mournfully through the darkness. The mining camp feels haunted, not by ghosts, perhaps, but by old failures lingering in empty rooms. And beside the firelight, watching Danny shake beneath fever blankets, you realize again how fragile outlaw life truly is. Not glorious, not immortal, just tired, frightened people, one illness away from disappearing completely into the vast western silence. Morning breaks pale and uncertain over the mining camp. Snow has stopped during the night, but the world remains coated in a thin, fragile layer of white that makes every sound feel sharper than usual. Boots crunch, horses snort. Even the wind seems louder as it pushes through broken wooden structures scattered across the hillside. Inside the cabin, the air feels heavy with smoke, sweat, and sickness. Danny's fever has not broken. If anything, it has deepened. His breathing comes unevenly now, shallow and fast, while his skin burns beneath layers of damp blankets. Harlan kneels beside him again, checking the wound with a face that has stopped pretending optimism. "It's spreading," he says quietly. Nobody responds. Because everyone already knows what that means, even without medical training. Infection does not move backward on its own in a world without proper treatment. It advances until something intervenes or the body simply cannot continue. Mercer stands near the door, watching the empty mining settlement outside. "We need a town," he says. Cullen nods once. "Then we ride." Simple decision, heavy consequence. Outlaws do not have the luxury of waiting when illness enters the group. Delay increases risk for everyone. Yet moving a dying rider across winter terrain also feels like a slow gamble with fate. The frontier never offers clean choices, only necessary ones. Danny tries speaking as they prepare him. "Don't leave me." His voice is barely audible. Eli turns away quickly, jaw tight. Boone tightens straps on the horses without looking up. Mercer answers softly, almost gently, "Not leaving, just moving." But even he sounds uncertain. By midday, they are riding again through broken hills, heading west toward the nearest settlement Mercer mentioned earlier. 20 miles becomes an enormous distance when carrying sickness, cold, and exhaustion together. Danny rides strapped carefully to his saddle to prevent falling, supported on both sides by Boone and Mercer. Every movement makes him wince faintly. The group moves slowly, too slowly. Cullen keeps looking back over his shoulder more often than usual, not at Danny, at the land behind them, as if expecting something else now beyond illness. And perhaps he is. Outlaw life teaches a strange lesson repeatedly. Weakness attracts attention. A slowed group becomes easier to track. Posses often follow signs of struggle more effectively than anything else. A sick rider leaves a trail. A struggling group leaves patterns. The afternoon drags on endlessly beneath a dull gray sky. Wind returns stronger again, cutting through coats and gloves until fingers go numb. Horses labor through uneven ground, slipping occasionally on frozen patches beneath thin snow. Danny begins drifting in and out of awareness. At one point, he mumbles something about a childhood farm. No one asks for details. Memory feels too far away now. By late afternoon, they crest a ridge and finally see smoke in the distance. A small frontier settlement tucked into a valley near a slow river. Several buildings clustered around a road. A church steeple leaning slightly. A mill beside the water. Civilization again? Distant, uncertain. Cullen studies it carefully. "Big enough for trouble," he mutters. Mercer answers without looking at him. "Big enough for a doctor." That settles it. They ride down carefully into the valley as sunlight begins fading behind clouds. The town feels quiet at first, almost sleepy. But as they approach, movement increases. People notice armed riders immediately. Frontier towns react quickly to unfamiliar groups. Eyes follow from windows. Doors close slightly. Voices lower. Danny slumps in the saddle more noticeably now. By the time they reach the edge of town, he can barely keep his head upright. Mercer dismounts first, scanning the street. "Doctor," he calls toward a nearby shopkeeper. The man hesitates, then points toward a small wooden building near the church. Simple answer, no questions asked. That alone suggests how common medical emergencies are here. Harlan and Boone carry Danny inside while Mercer and Cullen remain outside watching the street. Eli stays near the horses, hands shaking slightly now for reasons beyond cold. Inside the doctor's office, the smell changes immediately. Alcohol, herbs, clean cloth, dust, something faintly metallic. The doctor appears quickly from a back room. Older man, tired eyes, sleeves rolled up. He takes one look at Danny and does not waste time asking questions. Lay him down. No moral judgment, no curiosity, just procedure. Outlaw or not, patient is patient. Outside, Mercer leans against a post quietly. "Think he makes it?" Eli asks. Mercer does not answer immediately. Then, depends how far it went. That is all. The waiting begins. Time stretches strangely in frontier towns during moments like this. People move around you but feel distant. Voices blur. Wind becomes more noticeable. Every small sound seems exaggerated. You realize how much control sickness has over everything here. Far more than guns. Far more than lawmen. Far more than outlaws. Cullen eventually steps closer to the clinic window, watching the dim light inside where Danny is being treated. For the first time, you see uncertainty on his face. Not fear of capture, not fear of violence. Something quieter, helplessness. Night begins falling over the settlement while lanterns flicker on, one by one, along the muddy street. The world outside feels calm compared to the tension inside the small clinic. Hours pass. Finally, the doctor steps outside, wiping his hands on a cloth. The riders gather immediately. He pauses, then speaks carefully. "He'll live," he says. A long silence follows. Eli exhales sharply, like he has been holding his breath for hours. Boone nods once without speaking. Mercer looks down at the ground briefly. Cullen simply says, "Good." No celebration, just release of tension. The doctor continues. "Needs rest, clean wound, no riding for a while?" That final line lands harder than the first, because no riding means something very different for people living outside the law. The doctor looks at them for a moment, then adds quietly, "You boys should move on soon. Sheriff was here yesterday asking questions." Of course, even in moments of relief, the frontier reminds you what comes next. Mercer nods once. "We always do." As the riders stand beneath flickering lantern light outside the clinic, Danny's life is no longer hanging by a thread. But the group's situation remains unchanged. Sickness solved one problem. The West has already prepared another, somewhere beyond the town lights. The plains stretch endlessly into darkness again. And out there, the outlaw life is still waiting. Patient, unforgiving, and always moving forward. The town settles quietly beneath winter darkness. Lantern light glows through frosted windows, while smoke drifts upward from chimneys into the cold night sky. Somewhere farther down the muddy street, piano music leaks softly from a saloon crowded with tired ranch hands escaping the weather. For a few brief hours, the world almost feels peaceful again. Danny sleeps inside the doctor's office under heavy blankets, while the older physician works nearby sorting bottles and cloth bandages beneath dim lamplight. The fever has eased slightly. His breathing sounds steadier now. Not safe yet, but no longer dying by the hour. The riders gather in a narrow boarding house room above a stable near the edge of town. The place smells strongly of hay, damp wood, horse sweat, and old tobacco smoke baked into the walls over many winters. Mercer drops heavily into a chair beside the tiny stove. "Tired of burying people," he mutters quietly. Nobody answers, because frontier men become strangely uncomfortable discussing grief directly. Loss remains too common, too familiar. Most people learn to carry it silently instead. Boone eventually breaks the silence. "Kid got lucky." Mercer stares into the stove fire. "No," he says. "Lucky would have been not getting shot." Interesting distinction. Outlaw life teaches people to measure fortune differently. Survival alone becomes too low a standard after enough years. Outside, wind rattles loose shutters, while wagon wheels creak somewhere below in the frozen street. You sit near the window, watching townspeople move through lantern glow beneath thick coats and scarves. Ordinary lives continuing. Storekeepers closing shops. Children chasing each other through the snow. Couples hurrying home before deeper cold settles in. And suddenly you notice something almost unsettling. Most Western people are not outlaws. The legends distort perspective. The vast majority of frontier citizens spend their days farming, ranching, hauling freight, running businesses, teaching children, fixing fences, or simply trying to survive winter without losing livestock or family members. Outlaws occupy only a small, violent corner of Western life, yet history remembers them loudly. Mercer notices you watching the street. "Funny thing," he says quietly. "Most them folks probably know somebody done worse than us." That sounds cynical at first, then less so the longer you consider it. The frontier blurs moral boundaries constantly. Respected businessmen sometimes cheat laborers. Sheriffs take bribes. Ranchers steal land through intimidation. Railroad companies crush entire settlements economically. Violence exists inside respectable society, too, just wearing cleaner clothes. The West runs on reputation as much as justice. Later that evening, Harlan returns from the saloon downstairs, carrying newspapers folded beneath one arm. Snow melts from his coat onto the floorboards, while everyone looks up immediately. "Anything useful?" Cullen asks. "Depends." Harlan tosses the papers onto the table. More robbery reports. More wanted notices. More exaggerated stories spreading eastward through telegraph wires and printing presses. One article describes a famous outlaw gang supposedly surviving a 100-mile cavalry chase through a blizzard after firing hundreds of rounds into pursuing lawmen. Mercer reads part aloud before laughing. "Whole thing nonsense. I know that gang. Half them fools can't shoot straight sober." Again the mythology gap appears. Newspapers transform frightened, desperate criminals into epic frontier anti-heroes because audiences crave larger-than-life adventure. Ordinary hardship sells poorly compared to legend. Yet strangely, the outlaws themselves often begin believing their own myths, too. That may be the dangerous part. Eli sits beside the stove studying a wanted poster printed inside one newspaper. "Ever think about fame?" he asks quietly. Mercer immediately groans. "Oh, Lord." "I mean it." The poster shows another notorious train robber beneath dramatic bold lettering and an enormous reward amount. Eli taps the paper thoughtfully. "Everybody knows his name. Everybody hunting his name." Mercer replies, "True." Historical outlaw fame becomes deeply complicated. Recognition brings influence, fear, and reputation, but also constant pursuit. Famous criminals struggle finding safe shelter because their faces spread everywhere. Photographs worsen the problem dramatically. You ask whether many famous outlaws survive long. Harlan answers this time, not usually. Simple truth again. The West romanticizes gunmen afterward, but actual survival rates remain grim. Many die young, others land in prison. Some disappear quietly under false identities after abandoning criminal life entirely. A surprising number end forgotten and poor. Not exactly the glorious ending dime novels promise. The conversation drifts late into the evening, while wind moans softly outside. Stories emerge about outlaws already fading from public memory. Men once feared across territories, now buried in unmarked graves, or drinking themselves to death in distant mining camps nobody visits anymore. Frontier fame burns quickly, and burns out quickly, too. Sometime near midnight, Mercer steps onto the balcony overlooking the stable yard below. You follow after a moment. The town looks beautiful in the cold darkness. Lanterns glowing gold through snowfall, horse breath drifting pale in the air. The church bell tower standing silent against the stars. Hard to believe places this peaceful can exist inside the same frontier newspapers describe as endless chaos and gunfire. Mercer leans against the railing thoughtfully. "You know what scares most outlaws?" he asks suddenly. "Lawmen." He shakes his head. "Getting old." Interesting answer. He explains that young riders imagine endless freedom at first. Fast horses, easy money, adventure. But eventually bodies wear down, friends die. New technology changes the frontier. Younger criminals replace older ones. And suddenly, the future disappears. What happens to aging outlaws in a modernizing country? Few good options exist. Mercer rubs tired eyes with one hand. West changing too fast now. Below, a freight wagon rattles slowly through snow toward the railroad depot beyond town. Another sign of transformation. Commerce, exciting, organization. Civilization tightening its grip steadily. Somewhere inside the doctor's office, Danny sleeps beneath clean blankets while infection slowly retreats from his blood. Somewhere farther east, newspapers continue printing larger and larger outlaw legends. And here beneath the freezing stars, watching smoke drift above a quiet frontier town, you begin realizing something strange. The Old West is already becoming a memory, even while people are still living inside it. Snow falls again before dawn. Soft flakes drift through the yellow lantern light outside the boarding house, while the town sleeps beneath a blanket of silence, broken only by distant train whistles echoing faintly across the valley. The sound seems to arrive from another world entirely. Modern, relentless, closer every month. Inside the boarding house room, the riders wake slowly around the stove, while damp socks and coats steam gently in the warmth. Someone downstairs is already frying bacon, and the smell drifts upward through the floorboards strong enough to make Eli sit upright immediately. "Now that," he says sleepily, "is civilization." Mercer groans from beneath his blanket. "Your standards disturb me." Still, everyone moves a little faster once breakfast becomes possible. Food remains one of the few reliable frontier comforts. Harlan returns from checking on Danny shortly after sunrise. The boy still sleeps, but the fever has broken further during the night. "He'll live," Harlan says again. This time the words carry more certainty. The room relaxes slightly afterward. Not fully, never fully, because the doctor's warning still hangs over everything. Sheriff nearby. Questions being asked. A town only stays safe for outlaws until recognition catches up with them. And recognition travels faster now than ever before. The riders eat downstairs in near silence, while townspeople move around them through clouds of coffee steam and cigarette smoke. Ranch hands discuss cattle prices near the stove. A pair of railroad workers complain about frozen tracks farther north. Nobody pays unusual attention to the armed strangers eating bacon and biscuits near the back wall. At least not openly. Frontier people become experts at pretending not to notice dangerous things. You study the room carefully while chewing tough bacon. Ordinary citizens everywhere. Tired faces, work-roughened hands, people simply trying to survive winter and earn enough money to continue surviving spring afterward. And yet somewhere among communities exactly like this, Pinkerton detectives keep moving steadily westward, hunting men like the riders sitting beside you now. The Pinkertons fascinate frontier society partly because they represent something new: professional pursuit, organized investigation, modern policing methods invading a region once governed mostly through local sheriffs and improvised posses. Historically, the agency becomes especially feared among outlaw gangs because Pinkerton detectives often work patiently instead of emotionally. They gather information slowly through witnesses, telegraphs, surveillance, photographs, informants. They do not usually ride dramatically into town firing revolvers beneath thunderclouds. They wait, and waiting frightens criminals more. Mercer notices you reading a newspaper left beside the coffee pot. Anything interesting? The front page carries another story about train robbers farther east, but a smaller article near the bottom catches your attention. Pinkerton agents reportedly tracking suspected gang members through Kansas rail stations. Descriptions circulated by telegraph. Photographs distributed to deputies. Railroad guards increased. The frontier shrinking again. You slide the paper toward Mercer. He scans it once and mutters a curse beneath his breath. "Told you," Harlan says quietly. Changing. Nobody argues anymore. The transformation has become impossible to ignore. By midday, the riders prepare quietly to leave town before attention settles too heavily upon them. Danny remains behind temporarily, under the doctor's care. Too weak to travel yet. That creates another problem: trust. Cullen speaks privately with the doctor near the stable, while snow swirls lightly around them. Money changes hands discreetly. Instructions given softly. The older physician eventually nods once. "I'll keep him quiet." Interesting phrase. Not safe. Quiet. The frontier often operates through unofficial agreements impossible to explain neatly afterward. Doctors treat outlaws because refusing could be dangerous. Outlaws pay doctors because survival requires cooperation with ordinary society. The moral lines blur constantly. Before leaving, Eli slips back into the clinic briefly. When he returns, his expression looks oddly thoughtful. "What?" Kid asked if we coming back. Mercer adjusts saddle straps slowly. "What did you tell him?" Eli hesitates. "Told him, maybe." Nobody comments further, because everybody understands the uncertainty already. Outlaw groups fracture constantly through death, arrest, betrayal, injury, fear, or simple exhaustion. Temporary separations sometimes become permanent without warning. The riders leave town beneath gray afternoon skies while church bells ring faintly behind them. Snow crunches beneath the horses as the settlement slowly shrinks into the distance. Another temporary refuge disappearing behind the trail. You ride north now through open prairie, where winter grass bends beneath cold wind and abandoned homesteads occasionally stand empty beside the road. Some collapsed from failed crops, others deserted after harsh winters or financial ruin. The West contains enormous amounts of quiet failure hidden beneath its legends of opportunity. Toward evening, the riders stop near a frozen creek lined with bare cottonwoods. Small campfire, coffee, beans again. Always returning to beans. The mood feels quieter tonight, without Danny among the group. One less voice, one less horse shifting beside the fire. Absence becomes noticeable quickly on the frontier. Mercer cleans his revolver while Boone studies tracks near the creek bank. Harlan unfolds another newspaper carried from town and stares at something silently for several moments. Then he tosses it toward the firelight. A photograph? Not sketch. Actual photograph. Several suspected train robbers standing outside a jail somewhere farther east. Blurry, grainy, but recognizable. The riders study the image uneasily. There it is, Harlan mutters. The future again. Photography changes outlaw life permanently because descriptions can lie while photographs preserve details stubbornly. Faces become fixed, shared between towns, posted in stations, carried by detectives. You cannot easily outrun your own image once it begins traveling by rail. Eli pokes the fire nervously. Think they'll ever photograph all of us? Mercer looks toward the dark horizon, where railroad tracks, somewhere beyond sight, cut through the freezing plains. Eventually, he says quietly. The fire crackles softly afterward. Cold settles deeper across the prairie. And above the outlaw camp, stars emerge slowly over a frontier growing smaller with every passing season. The prairie wakes beneath hard winter sunlight. Frost sparkles across the frozen creek beside camp, while the riders move slowly through the cold morning air wrapped in blankets and heavy coats. The fire burns low now, mostly glowing coals beneath gray ash, and coffee boils with tired bitterness in the blackened pot hanging above it. Nobody speaks much at first. The absence of Danny still lingers strangely around camp. One missing rider changes the shape of conversations. The spaces between voices feel wider somehow. Mercer notices Boone staring toward the southern horizon, where the town has long since disappeared. Kid ain't dead, he mutters. Didn't say he was. You thinking loud anyway? Boone shrugs and tosses another branch onto the fire. The outlaw life rarely allows emotional attachment enough time to become comfortable. Riders appear. Riders vanish. Some return months later under different names. Others disappear into prisons, graves, or distant territories forever. The frontier teaches people not to ask too many questions afterward. By late morning, the group heads northeast, through open country, where snow thins into patches beneath pale winter grass. Windmills appear occasionally near distant ranches, while telegraph poles once again stretch across the plains like black skeletal fingers. Always the telegraph lines now, always reminders that civilization watches. Around midday, Cullen guides the riders toward a cluster of rocky hills overlooking a railroad branch line cutting through the valley below. Freight trains move through this region carrying cattle money, payroll boxes, mining silver, and commercial goods between growing frontier towns. Profitable routes, dangerous routes. You begin sensing tension building among the riders before anyone speaks openly. Mercer keeps scanning the tracks below through a brass spyglass, while Harlan studies folded schedules taken from some railroad station earlier in the week. Then Cullen finally says it. Bank shipment tomorrow. Silence follows immediately. Even Eli stops fidgeting. Train robbery, different from stagecoaches. Bigger rewards, perhaps? Far greater danger, certainly. Railroad companies respond brutally to train theft because rail systems represent the future of American commerce itself. Attacking trains means attacking expanding industrial power. Governors, detectives, newspapers, and corporations all react aggressively afterward. The West may tolerate small frontier crimes. It takes railroad robbery personally. Cullen explains the plan carefully, while the riders gather among the rocks. A freight train carrying bank shipments will slow through a narrow valley west of the hills tomorrow evening. The gang intends stopping it briefly, using obstacles placed across the tracks before seizing specific cargo. Quick operation, no unnecessary violence, then gone before railroad guards organize resistance. At least that is the idea. Real outlaw plans always sound cleaner before fear enters them. The rest of the day becomes preparation. Boone and Fletcher scout the valley routes while Mercer checks ammunition carefully beside the horses. Harlan studies train schedules repeatedly like a schoolteacher preparing difficult lessons. And underneath everything runs nervous energy difficult to ignore. You walk with Mercer near sunset along the ridge overlooking the tracks below. "You done this before, you ask?" He nods once. "Twice. How'd it go?" Mercer thinks for several moments before answering, "One bad, one worse." Comforting. He explains that trains create chaos differently than stagecoaches. More passengers, more guards sometimes, louder machinery, harder timing, and unlike frightened stagecoach travelers trapped in one small coach, trains contain dozens of unpredictable people spread across multiple cars. Too many variables. Historically, train robberies become legendary, partly because they symbolize direct attacks against industrial expansion itself. Outlaws targeting railroads appear almost romantic to certain audiences, resentful of wealthy corporations. Yet the actual robberies remain terrifyingly chaotic in practice. Night falls cold and moonless over the hills, while the riders camp without fire, hidden among rocks overlooking the valley. Below, distant train whistles echo through darkness every few hours. Long mechanical cries rolling across the plains, the future moving beneath the stars. Nobody sleeps well. At dawn, the riders begin working quickly. Heavy logs dragged onto a narrow section of track, hidden around a bend where engineers will spot the obstruction too late to maintain speed safely. The physical labor exhausts everyone. Railroad robbery, in reality, involves enormous preparation often ignored by later stories. Cutting telegraph wires, scouting schedules, positioning horses, planning escape routes, heavy lifting, timing. Far more logistics than glamour. By afternoon, snow clouds gather overhead again, while the riders wait hidden among the hills, watching smoke appear faintly along the distant tracks. Train coming! Your pulse begins hammering immediately. Even seasoned riders look tense now. Mercer checks his revolver 3 separate times. Eli mutters prayers beneath his breath, despite claiming earlier he stopped believing in God after losing money gambling in Kansas. Funny how danger repairs religion temporarily. The train approaches gradually through the valley. Huge, black, smoke billowing across the pale winter sky. Steel wheels shrieking faintly against frozen rails. You feel vibrations through the ground before the locomotive fully arrives. Then suddenly everything happens very fast. The engineer spots the obstruction. Steam erupts violently. Brakes scream. The locomotive shudders hard enough to send sparks flying beneath the wheels, while freight cars slam forward behind it in crashing metallic waves. Horses panic immediately from the noise. One nearly breaks free. The train grinds to a halt barely yards from the blocked tracks. And chaos begins. Cullen and Mercer ride down first with rifles raised, while Boone and Fletcher sprint toward the express car. Railroad guards appear almost instantly near the locomotive, shouting warnings through clouds of steam. One fires wildly. The bullet smashes harmlessly into rocks above the valley. Then gunfire erupts everywhere. Not organized, not heroic, just confusion exploding across the freezing air. Passengers scream from windows. Horses rear violently. Steam hisses deafeningly around the stalled locomotive while armed men stumble through smoke and snow, trying desperately to understand what is happening. A guard rushes from behind the freight cars holding a shotgun. Mercer fires first. The man spins sideways into the snow with a cry. Alive, perhaps. Hard to tell. No time to check. Fear swallows the valley completely now. And suddenly you understand something terrible about train robberies. They are too big, too loud, too chaotic. Exactly the kind of violence modern America will never forgive quietly. The valley dissolves into noise and smoke. Steam blasts from the locomotive in violent white clouds, while terrified passengers press against frosted windows, shouting questions. Nobody answers. Horses scream and rear beside the tracks. Gunshots echo wildly between the hills without rhythm or clarity. Nothing about the robbery feels controlled anymore. Boone and Fletcher force open the express car, while Cullen shouts orders, nearly swallowed by the locomotive's hissing brakes. Mercer drags the wounded railroad guard away from the tracks before the panicked man accidentally gets trampled beneath frightened horses. The guard clutches his shoulder, pale with shock. Blood spreads slowly across the snow beneath him. Not dead. At least not yet. "Stay down," Mercer growls. Interesting moment. Even now, amid chaos, he still tries limiting damage. Historically, many outlaw robberies operate inside this strange moral territory. Criminal violence mixed uneasily with attempts at restraint. Some gangs deliberately avoid killing whenever possible, because public outrage intensifies afterward. But fear ruins careful intentions quickly. A passenger fires from inside one of the train cars. Suddenly, the bullet smashes through a lantern near the tracks, spraying sparks across the snow. Everybody ducks instinctively. Another shot follows from somewhere farther back along the train. Nobody even knows who fired. That becomes the terrifying reality of frontier gunfights. Once panic spreads among large groups, violence develops its own momentum independent of planning. The West rarely looks cinematic while people are actually trying not to die. Harlan and Eli emerge from the express car, carrying heavy canvas sacks, while Boone curses behind them. More paperwork than money. Again, another robbery delivering disappointment alongside danger. Railroad companies increasingly transport valuable shipments under heavy security or disguised storage methods. Outlaws frequently risk their lives for smaller rewards than legends later claim. Yet newspapers will never report that part. Cullen shouts toward the hills, "Move!" The gang begins retreating quickly now, while frightened passengers continue yelling from the train windows. One elderly man waves a revolver dramatically without firing. A woman pulls crying children away from shattered glass. Ordinary people trapped inside outlaw history again. Mercer mounts his horse beside the wounded guard and hesitates briefly, then tosses the man a small water canteen before riding away. Tiny gesture, strangely human. The riders thunder uphill through snow and rocks, while the stalled train shrinks behind them beneath massive clouds of steam still drifting into the freezing air. Then another sound reaches you. A whistle, different, sharp, repeated. Mercer twists in the saddle immediately. More guards. Railroad companies sometimes station armed personnel farther along routes specifically to respond during emergencies. Modern transportation creates modern security systems, and now those systems are reacting. Riders appear suddenly from behind the rear freight cars below. 4, maybe 5 armed men already mounting horses near the tracks. Too fast. Far too fast. The outlaws push harder into the hills, while gunshots crack behind them across the valley. Snow sprays from rocks nearby as bullets ricochet wildly. Nobody returns fire now. Escape matters more. The chase becomes brutal almost immediately. Horses slipping on frozen ground, branches tearing at coats, men shouting warnings through the wind. Real pursuits exhaust people far faster than movies suggest. Riding hard across rough country destroys lungs and muscles quickly, especially during winter conditions. Within minutes, everybody breathes hard enough to taste blood. The railroad guards remain behind, but persistent, not closing the distance yet, not disappearing either. The riders split naturally across narrower trails, threading through steep canyon country. Cullen leads toward rougher terrain, where mounted pursuit becomes difficult. Smart choice again, but one horse stumbles badly crossing icy rocks. Fletcher nearly goes down with it. The delay costs precious seconds. A rifle shot cracks sharply behind the group. Then another. Fletcher jerks sideways in the saddle. For one horrible instant you think he has been killed, but the bullet only tears through his coat sleeve, grazing flesh beneath. Still enough to panic the horse. The animal bolts downhill wildly while Fletcher struggles desperately for control. Chaos multiplying again. Mercer rides after him immediately. "Keep moving," he shouts back toward Cullen. The group fractures briefly across the snowy hillsides, while railroad guards continue climbing behind through rough terrain. Not heroic cavalry charges, just exhausted armed men scrambling over rocks, trying not to freeze or fall. The West strips away dignity during violence. Mercer finally regains Fletcher's horse near a frozen creek bed, while the others regroup farther ahead beneath narrow cliffs. Everyone looks shaken now, faces pale beneath dust and cold. And suddenly the money sacks no longer seem important at all. Only survival. Night begins falling before the pursuit finally fades. The guards stop following once darkness and rough country make continued chasing too dangerous. Even determined men understand the frontier can kill pursuers as easily as fugitives after sunset in winter terrain. Still, nobody relaxes afterward. The riders continue another 2 hours through icy canyons before stopping near a cluster of abandoned sheep herder shelters built from rough stone and timber. Tiny, miserable structures. Perfect. A small fire finally burns inside one hut, while exhausted horses stand outside, trembling with steam and sweat. The robbery loot gets counted silently. Less money than expected again. More documents. Railroad bonds difficult to exchange safely. Several sacks of coins. Enough to matter. Not enough to justify the chaos, perhaps. Fletcher sits near the fire while Harlan bandages the torn flesh along his arm. "Close one," Eli mutters. Fletcher laughs weakly. "Ain't they all?" True. The room smells of smoke, wet wool, blood, and melting snow. Outside, wind howls through the canyon entrances like distant voices. Oh, nobody jokes much tonight. The train robbery changed something. You can feel it. The stagecoach robbery felt tense but manageable. This felt industrial, modern. Railroad guards responding quickly. Organized resistance. Telegraph stations probably already spreading descriptions across territories even now. The outlaw life is colliding directly against a faster world. Mercer stares into the fire for a long time before speaking quietly. Used to be you robbed a train. You had days. Nobody asks what he means. Now he shakes his head. Now they'll know everywhere by morning. The telegraph again, the invisible wires spreading, consequence faster than horses ever could. Outside the stone shelter, snow drifts softly across the canyon, while somewhere far away, another train whistle echoes through the darkness. Not frightened, not stopping, just moving steadily westward into the future. The stone shelter groans softly beneath winter wind all night. Snow drifts against the walls while the riders sleep in scattered, uneasy patches around the dying fire. Every few hours somebody wakes suddenly at imagined sounds outside. Boots scrape, revolvers shift closer beside blankets. Then silence returns again, except for the endless wind threading through the canyon. Nobody truly rests after the train robbery. Too much noise still lingering in memory. Steam screaming from the locomotive. Passengers shouting. Gunfire echoing off frozen hillsides. And always the feeling that modern America noticed this crime differently than the others. By dawn, the fire has collapsed into dull red embers. Mercer already sits awake beside them drinking burnt coffee from a dented cup while staring toward the canyon entrance. His face looks older this morning somehow. "Towns'll be buzzing today," Eli mutters, while pulling on frozen boots. "Whole territory, probably. Accurate enough." Train robberies create enormous attention because railroads connect the frontier directly to national communication networks. Telegraph operators spread alerts immediately. Newspapers print special editions. Railroad companies pressure governors and marshals for aggressive responses. A stagecoach robbery embarrasses local authorities. A train robbery embarrasses modern industry itself. The riders break camp quickly after sunrise. No lingering now. Too dangerous. Tracks in fresh snow already make concealment difficult enough. Fletcher rides stiffly from the wound in his arm, but refuses help whenever offered. Pride survives strangely well on the frontier, even when common sense disappears entirely. The group heads west through rough canyon country, where red cliffs rise sharply against pale winter sky. Ravens follow overhead occasionally, gliding silently between stone walls. Mercer notices them. "Bad birds." "You say that about everything," Eli replies. "Everything usually bad." Hard argument to defeat. By midday, the riders reach higher ground overlooking a broad valley, dotted with scattered ranches and distant smoke columns. Beyond them, farther west, lie territories controlled partly by native nations under complicated agreements with the federal government. The frontier map remains unstable during this era. Boundaries shift constantly through treaties, military campaigns, railroad expansion, and settlement pressure, and many outlaw groups exploit those unstable spaces carefully. Cullen guides the riders toward a hidden trail, descending through rocky hills, while Harlan explains quietly, "Safer west a while, safer relative to what remains unclear. Nothing truly feels safe anymore." Toward afternoon, They encounter signs of recent travel along the trail: wagon ruts, hoof prints, ashes from small campsites partially buried beneath snow. The frontier is never as empty as it first appears. You stop briefly near a shallow stream where cottonwoods creak softly in the wind. Boone studies tracks near the muddy bank. "Families passed through yesterday," he says. "How you know?" "Small footprints." Interesting detail. The American West during the 1870s contains enormous migration movement still unfolding constantly. Homesteaders, ranchers, railroad workers, former soldiers, immigrant families, entire communities drifting westward chasing land, work, or second chances. Outlaws move through the same landscape as everyone else, just hunted differently. The riders continue until late afternoon, when smoke appears unexpectedly ahead through the trees. Campfire smoke. Everybody stiffens immediately. Weapons loosen inside holsters. Mercer signals quietly for caution, while the horses move slower through narrow brush-lined trails. Then the camp comes into view. Several lodges near the riverbank, horses grazing nearby, children running between fires. A native settlement. The riders stop instinctively. For several moments, nobody moves. The frontier holds countless uneasy relationships like this one. Some outlaw gangs seek temporary refuge near native territories because federal authority remains weaker there. Some native communities tolerate passing fugitives. Others absolutely do not. Everything depends on politics, history, local leadership, and current tensions with surrounding settlers or soldiers. A rider eventually approaches from the settlement. Older man, calm posture, rifle across the saddle. He studies the outlaws carefully while snow drifts lightly around both groups. Cullen nods respectfully first. Smart decision. The two men speak quietly for several minutes in mixed English and another language you do not recognize. No hostility exactly, but caution hangs heavily in the cold air. Finally, the older rider gestures toward a distant ridge farther west. Safe route, perhaps, or warning. Hard to tell. The exchange ends peacefully enough. No threats, no friendship either. Just practical understanding between people surviving inside changing territory. As the outlaws ride away again, Eli glances back toward the settlement thoughtfully. "Whole world changing on them too," he mutters. "Yes, perhaps most of all, railroads, settlers, military campaigns, broken treaties, disappearing buffalo herds. The same expanding systems chasing outlaws are also reshaping native life across the frontier with devastating speed. The West is not ending equally for everyone. By evening, the riders camp in narrow foothills beneath enormous darkening skies, streaked red and purple by suns. The fire burns low while everyone eats quietly from tin bowls filled with thin stew. Exhaustion settles over the group heavily now. Physical, mental, something deeper, too. The train robbery keeps returning in conversation despite attempts to avoid it. Too many guards, too much noise, too much attention afterward. Mercer finally says what everybody has been circling around all day. Used to be folks scared of outlaws. He pokes the fire thoughtfully. Now they organizing. No one argues. That is the real shift happening beneath the legends. The frontier itself is becoming systemized. Railroads coordinating security. Telegraph networks spreading alerts instantly. Detectives operating across territories. Law enforcement cooperating more effectively. Modern America building itself piece by piece, and outlaw life beginning to look increasingly outdated beside it. Night settles fully over camp, while coyotes howl somewhere across the valley below. Snow continues falling softly through the darkness. The riders huddle close to the flames, while the enormous western sky stretches endlessly overhead. Yet despite all that open space, the world somehow feels smaller now than it did when this journey first began. The snow finally stops sometime before dawn. When you wake, the foothills lie silent beneath a pale gray sky, while smoke from the dying campfire drifts straight upward without wind. Frost covers the blankets. The horses stand close together near the rocks with their heads lowered, conserving warmth. Everything feels still, too still. Mercer notices it too while pouring coffee into battered tin cups. "Bad weather coming or bad luck?" he mutters. "Difference?" Eli asks sleepily. Mercer thinks for a moment. "Not much." The riders eat quietly beside the weak fire. Thin stew leftovers, hard bread, coffee bitter enough to wake the dead and probably insult them afterward. Nobody complains anymore. Frontier hardship becomes routine eventually. Hunger loses drama once it appears daily. Still, exhaustion hangs heavily over the camp now. The train robbery changed something deeper than fear. Before, the outlaw life still carried movement and possibility. After the robbery, everything feels tighter somehow, and closer, as if invisible walls are slowly forming around the riders. By mid-morning, the group heads north again through rough grazing country, scattered with frozen streams and abandoned fence lines. The land looks beautiful in winter sunlight, golden grass shimmering beneath frost, distant mountains blue against the horizon, and yet everywhere you notice signs of expansion. Telegraph poles, fresh survey markers, railroad crews building sidings, new homesteads rising where wilderness stood only years earlier. The West is filling up. That thought follows you all day. Around noon, the riders stop near a lonely trading post beside the trail. A newspaper nailed outside the building snaps loudly in the wind beneath enormous bold headlines. Train robbers terrorize Western Rail Line. Armed gang escapes authorities. Rewards increased. There it is already. The story spreading outward faster than horses can travel. Inside the trading post, the riders separate naturally while pretending casual interest in supplies. But the atmosphere feels wrong immediately. Too quiet. The shopkeeper watches them too carefully. Several customers glance away too fast when noticed. Recognition, or suspicion at least. The frontier is changing again right in front of you. Telegraphs and newspapers now spread descriptions rapidly enough that strangers draw attention almost immediately after major crimes. The outlaw advantage of anonymity weakens every season. Mercer notices the tension, too. "We buy quick," he mutters quietly. A newspaper lies folded near the counter. You glance down and see exaggerated sketches supposedly representing the train robbers. The drawings barely resemble anyone in camp, yet somehow they still feel dangerous, because people want to believe them. One article describes bloodthirsty desperados armed with repeating rifles and dynamite. Another claims innocent passengers narrowly escaped massacre. Completely false. No passengers even died. But truth matters less than sensation once frontier myths begin spreading eastward. Newspapers are building legends now, and legends attract hunters. Outside, Boone returns from the stable looking uneasy. Two riders asking questions near the creek? Deputy Cullen asks. Boone shrugs. Could be. That is enough. The group leaves quickly afterward. Supplies barely packed before the horses move back onto the frozen trail. Nobody speaks for nearly an hour. Then Eli finally mutters, "Feels like everybody's staring now." Because they are. Not specifically, perhaps, but generally, the modern frontier watches more closely than the old one ever could. By late afternoon, the riders reach a shallow valley where abandoned telegraph poles lie broken beside the trail after some old storm. Wires sag loosely through the snow like dead vines. Mercer stops beside them thoughtfully. "You know," he says quietly, "folks used to outrun news." Interesting sentence. He explains how older gangs once depended on distance, rob a bank in one territory, and disappear westward before descriptions arrived. By the time news caught up, false names and fresh horses often protected fugitives already. Not anymore. Now telegraph operators send warnings within minutes. Railroads transport lawmen rapidly across huge distances. Photographs circulate through newspapers and stations. The frontier itself has become connected, and connection kills secrecy. The riders camp early inside a narrow grove of cottonwoods beside a half-frozen creek. Small fire, no loud conversation. Everyone seems trapped inside private thoughts tonight. Even Eli stays unusually quiet. After supper, Harlan unfolds several newspapers collected during the past week and spreads them near the firelight. You realize something strange then. The papers barely discuss ordinary frontier life anymore. Not farmers surviving winter. Not railroad workers freezing beside tracks. Not women running boarding houses or families crossing the plains. Mostly outlaws, gunfights, robberies, violence. The West already becoming entertainment for Eastern readers who will never actually smell these camps or feel this cold. Boone taps one dramatic article describing a merciless frontier killer. "I knew him," Boone says quietly. "What was he like?" Boone shrugs. "Mostly complained about back pain." The camp laughs softly. And somehow that small moment captures the entire contradiction of Western mythology. Real outlaws remain painfully human. Tired, hungry, cold, afraid. Yet newspapers transform them into giant symbolic figures representing rebellion, freedom, danger, or chaos, depending on who tells the story. Mercer stares into the fire thoughtfully. "Funny thing is," he says, "them stories make boys want this life." True. Dime novels and newspaper legends inspire young men across America to imagine outlaw existence as adventure instead of what it mostly is. Mud, fear, bad food, loneliness, constant exhaustion, and eventually death or prison for most. The fire burns lower, while night settles deeper through the cottonwoods. Ice cracks softly along the creek edge. Somewhere distant, a train whistle echoes faintly across the freezing plains. Always the trains now, always reminders. You look around the camp at the riders illuminated by flickering orange light. Mercer cleaning revolver parts again. Boone wrapping aching knees beneath blankets. Eli staring silently toward the darkness. Cullen watching the horizon even while sitting still. These men are not becoming larger than life. They are becoming hunted relics from a frontier already fading beneath railroad smoke and telegraph wires. Yet newspapers tomorrow will describe them differently. As legends, as monsters, as symbols, anything except what they truly are. Just exhausted human beings slowly running out of places left to disappear. Cold rain replaces the snow during the night. You wake to water dripping steadily from the cottonwood branches overhead, while the campfire struggles weakly against damp wind blowing through the grove. Mud spreads beneath blankets and boots. Horses stand miserably beside the creek, with rainwater running from their manes in thin, dark lines. Nobody says much. Rain has a way of flattening frontier moods. Coffee tastes weaker this morning because supplies are running low again. The riders pass around stale biscuits softened slightly over the fire, while wet smoke curls through camp, clinging stubbornly to clothes and hair. Mercer stares into the flames with visible irritation. Whole country turning to soup. Fair observation. The West during winter often swings violently between snow, freezing rain, mud, and bitter wind within the same week. Trails become nearly impassable. Wagons sink axle deep. Horses throw shoes in the muck. Even experienced riders grow exhausted from constant weather battles. The camp breaks slowly beneath the rain, while Harlan folds damp newspapers carefully inside oilcloth wrapping. Those newspapers matter now more than ever. They carry warnings, descriptions, rumors about posses and detectives moving through nearby towns. Information has become survival. As the riders move north through muddy prairie country, you notice something changing among them. Less conversation, more private whispers, more sideways glances, pressure building invisibly. The train robbery has spread fear beyond lawmen. Now the outlaws themselves seem uneasy around one another, because larger rewards create larger temptations. Historically, outlaw gangs often begin collapsing not through dramatic gunfights, but through suspicion, money shortages, exhaustion, fear of capture, rewards large enough to tempt desperate men. The frontier teaches people loyalty conditionally. By midday, the rain grows heavier. Horses slip constantly through deepening mud, while cold water soaks gloves and coats completely. Fletcher's wounded arm begins troubling him again beneath the wet weather. He rides, hunched and silent now. Everyone looks miserable. You stop briefly near a ruined barn collapsing beside the trail. The structure smells strongly of wet hay and old manure, but the roof still blocks most of the rain. Good enough! The riders crowd inside while Mercer tries coaxing flame from damp wood near the wall. Smoke fills the barn almost immediately. Eli coughs dramatically. If the law don't kill us, this fire will... Mercer points toward the rain outside. You go argue with weather, then. The small argument fades quickly. Too quickly. That is what catches your attention now. Nobody has energy left for proper anger anymore. The constant movement, fear, and bad weather are grinding everyone down. Then Boone says something careless. Maybe we should split a while. Silence. Complete silence. Rain drums against the roof overhead. Mercer slowly looks up from the fire. Meaning. Boone shrugs, but avoids eye contact. Meaning smaller groups, easier hidden. True enough. Also easier betrayed. Nobody says that part aloud, but everyone thinks it. Outlaw gangs fracture naturally under pressure. Some members want safer routes. Others grow reckless. Some fear capture enough to disappear entirely under false identities. And some begin calculating reward money. Harlan studies Boone carefully across the dim barn light. You plan and leave. Didn't say that. Thinking it, though. The tension sharpens instantly. Not loud. Worse than loud. Quiet distrust settling into the room like smoke. Historically, betrayal destroys countless frontier gangs. Informants become essential tools for Pinkertons, sheriffs, and railroad companies because large rewards tempt exhausted, frightened men toward survival. The famous outlaw codes of loyalty sound impressive in stories. Reality proves more fragile, especially after cold weeks. empty pockets, and near-death experiences. Mercer finally breaks the silence. "Ain't no shame wanting out." Interesting response. No accusation, just weary honesty. Boone stares at the rain for a long moment before speaking quietly. "Whole country changing. Feels like running in circles now." No one argues with that either. The train robbery especially seems to have shattered remaining illusions. Telegraphs spread descriptions instantly. Railroad guards respond faster. Newspapers explode with exaggerated stories. Modern systems closing around old frontier methods. The outlaw life itself feels outdated suddenly. Rain continues all afternoon while the riders remain hidden inside the barn. Nobody wants to travel through the mud unless absolutely necessary. Horses need rest anyway. The long idle hours worsen everything. Too much time to think. Eli eventually begins shuffling cards near the fire, trying to lighten the mood. Poker. Nobody answers at first. Then Mercer reluctantly joins him. Soon coins clink softly against old crates, while rain pounds overhead. The familiar rhythms return briefly. Gambling, sarcastic insults, complaints about luck. Normal camp life attempting survival. Yet tension still lingers underneath. At one point, Boone disappears outside for nearly 20 minutes. When he returns, soaked with rain, Mercer watches him carefully. "Where'd you go?" "Needed air." Inside a rainstorm. Nobody challenges him directly, but suspicion settles deeper after that. This is how outlaw groups unravel sometimes. Not through dramatic betrayal speeches beneath moonlight, through small moments, long absences, nervous glances, men wondering privately who might save themselves first if posses close in. By evening, the rain finally weakens into cold mist. The riders prepare to move again before darkness fully falls. As horses are saddled, you notice Mercer quietly checking whether the money sacks remain untouched. Boone notices, too. Neither man says anything. The ride continues westward through muddy darkness beneath low clouds, hiding the stars completely. Hooves splash through puddles, while wind carries the distant smell of wood smoke from unseen ranches scattered across the plains. And somewhere behind the riders now, another invisible enemy travels with them. Not sheriffs, not Pinkertons. Distrust, perhaps the deadliest thing the frontier ever teaches men living outside the law. The rain finally clears sometime before dawn. When morning arrives, the plains shimmer beneath wet gray light, while mist rises slowly from muddy ground and frozen creek beds. The world smells freshly washed for once. Damp earth, sagebrush, wood smoke drifting faintly from distant ranches hidden somewhere beyond the hills. The riders look terrible. Mud coats, boots, and saddle blankets. Clothes hang stiff and soaked from yesterday's storm. Even the horses move with exhausted reluctance now, their heads low and ribs too visible beneath winter coats. Nobody jokes this morning, not even Eli. The tension from the barn still lingers between the riders, like invisible wire pulled too tight. Mercer rides slightly apart from Boone now. Small detail, important detail. Outlaw gangs often collapse gradually through emotional distance before actual betrayal arrives. Shared hardship creates loyalty. Yes, but fear eventually corrodes even strong bonds once survival feels uncertain. And survival feels very uncertain lately. By midday, the group reaches rolling prairie country, broken occasionally by abandoned homesteads and weather-beaten windmills squealing softly in the cold breeze. Telegraph lines parallel the trail, again farther east. Always there, always watching somehow. You notice Mercer staring toward them with open irritation. "Used to be this country had room," he mutters quietly. That sentence hangs in your thoughts long afterward, because space itself once protected frontier outlaws. Vast empty territory allowed disappearance. Wilderness gave people second chances under false names. Distance weakened authority. Now the spaces shrink. Railroads cross them. Telegraphs connect them. Newspapers describe them daily. The West is being measured, mapped, organized, and aging outlaws understand the danger more clearly than anyone. The group stops near afternoon, beside a shallow river where cottonwoods lean crookedly over dark, moving water. Horses drink while the riders gather near the bank, eating cold jerky and hard bread. Boone eventually speaks first. "We can't keep this up forever. No one pretends not to understand." Mercer wipes rainwater from his revolver grip slowly. Meaning maybe time changed direction? Again, with the careful, vague language. Nobody says quit. Nobody says surrender. Frontier pride refuses certain words, but the meaning settles heavily anyway. Harlan stares out across the river, while wind rustles through the bare branches overhead. "You think there's another direction left?" Interesting question. The older riders especially seem worn down now in ways beyond physical exhaustion. Their bodies ache constantly. The frontier is changing faster than their methods can adapt. Younger criminals may still romanticize outlaw life, but men like Mercer and Harlan already see the ending approaching. History often imagines Western outlaws frozen forever in youthful legend. Reality ages them. Reality gives them bad knees and old bullet scars that ache during storms. Mercer finally laughs softly without humor. "Funny thing," he says, "when I was 20, thought this life meant freedom. And now—" He looks around at the muddy horses, worn coats, and anxious faces gathered beside the freezing river. "Now feels more like running." Nobody answers, because that truth lands too accurately. By late afternoon, the riders approach a cattle town larger than most settlements you have seen so far. Railroad tracks cut directly beside crowded stockyards, while freight wagons clog muddy streets lined with new brick buildings. Modernity arriving fast. Electric telegraph offices, rail depots, banks with iron shutters, even freshly painted advertisements along storefront walls. The frontier becoming permanent. Cullen decides against entering town directly. Too risky after the train robbery. Instead, the riders stop in nearby hills overlooking the settlement, while Boone and Eli ride in separately for supplies and information. The waiting feels uncomfortable. Mercer keeps pacing near the horses, while Harlan studies smoke drifting from the rail yard below. "You trust Boone?" you ask quietly. Mercer takes a long time answering. "Used to." That word again. "Used to." The outlaw life seems filled increasingly with things already fading into the past tense. Evening settles slowly over the town below, while lanterns flicker alive one by one along muddy streets. Train whistles echo across the valley. Somewhere distant, church bells ring through the cold air. Civilization growing stronger. Then Boone and Eli finally return. Something feels wrong immediately. Eli avoids eye contact. Boone looks tense. Cullen notices, too. "What happened?" Boone dismounts slowly. "Pinkerton's in town." Silence. Not surprising, perhaps. Still heavy. Eli finally speaks. They got photographs now, real ones. Mercer curses quietly. Boone continues. Railroad posted rewards everywhere. big rewards. There it is, the thing nobody wanted spoken aloud. Money! Enough money to tempt tired, frightened men. The camp atmosphere changes instantly after that revelation. Not dramatic, more subtle. Riders studying one another too carefully. Conversations shortening. Because once rewards become enormous enough, loyalty itself starts acquiring price tags. Historically, this destroys many famous outlaw groups during their final years. Pressure increases, rewards rise. Modern law enforcement tightens pursuit. Older members grow exhausted. Younger ones become reckless. And somewhere inside all that fear, betrayal begins feeling practical. The riders camp in silence that night, among the hills overlooking the bright cattle town below. No stories, no cards, just cold wind and crackling firelight. Mercer sits cleaning his revolver for the third time, while Boone smokes alone near the rocks. Separated now, Harlan eventually speaks softly into the darkness. Ever think maybe West don't want us anymore? Nobody laughs, because the answer feels obvious. The classic outlaw belonged to an earlier frontier built on distance and chaos. But railroads, telegraphs, banks, detectives, and expanding towns are building something else now. A faster world, a smaller world, one with less room for drifting armed men sleeping beside campfires beneath false names. Below the hills, the cattle town glows warm and alive beside the railroad tracks, stretching endlessly eastward through the night. And watching those lights flicker across the dark prairie, you realize the outlaw era is not ending suddenly. It is aging, growing tired, just like the men around this fire. The wind changes during the night. Warmer now, drier. It sweeps across the hills, carrying dust instead of snow, while the outlaw camp lies quiet beneath fading stars. The fire has burned low to glowing embers, and somewhere down in the cattle town below, a locomotive whistles mournfully before dawn. The sound wakes Mercer immediately. Maybe he was not fully asleep anyway. He sits near the ashes wrapped in a blanket, staring toward the railroad lights flickering across the valley. "You ever notice," he says quietly, "trains never stop moving." Interesting thought for this hour of morning. Nobody answers at first. The other riders slowly wake around him while horses shift restlessly among the rocks. Boone remains apart from the group near the edge of camp, smoking silently into the darkness. That separation feels important now, dangerous. By sunrise, the sky glows pale orange over the plains, while the cattle town below begins stirring awake. Freight wagons creak through muddy streets. Smoke rises from kitchens and rail yards. Civilization continuing its routine beneath the hills, while the outlaws remain hidden above it like ghosts from an older world. Cullen gathers the riders after breakfast. "We split today. There it is, finally. No surprise anymore. Still heavy. Nobody argues." The group has been unraveling slowly for weeks through exhaustion, fear, changing times, and growing distrust. Large outlaw bands simply cannot survive modern pressure as easily now. Too visible, too vulnerable. Smaller groups move quieter, disappear easier, at least in theory. Cullen explains the plan calmly while tracing routes through dirt with a stick. Mercer and Eli heading west toward mountain territory. Boone riding south alone for a while. Harlan and Fletcher pushing north to contacts near the border rail lines. No promises about meeting again. Just practical arrangements disguised as temporary separation. The frontier teaches men not to speak final goodbyes directly. Boone nods once when his route gets assigned. Mercer watches him carefully across the campfire, then finally asks, "You already planning disappear?" Boone shrugs. "Maybe we all should." Honest answer? Perhaps the first fully honest answer anyone has spoken in days. The old outlaw dream is collapsing now beneath too many forces at once. Railroads shrinking distance, telegraphs spreading warnings instantly, Pinkertons organizing pursuit professionally, towns growing larger and more permanent, and beneath all that, simple aging, bodies wearing down, fear growing heavier. You realize something strange then. Nobody around this campfire truly believes in the outlaw future anymore. Only survival. The mood grows almost reflective afterward. Quiet. Mercer eventually begins telling stories from earlier years while the sun climbs over the hills. Not robbery stories, small memories. Riding cattle trails through Texas storms, sleeping beside rivers during long drives, playing cards in frontier towns that no longer even exist, entire places already swallowed by time. Eli listens closely like someone hearing history firsthand. "Miss it?" he asks. Mercer stares toward the distant railroad yard below. "Miss when country still felt big." That sentence settles heavily over everyone, because space once meant freedom in the West. Space to fail, space to reinvent yourself, space to disappear after mistakes. Modern America is slowly eliminating all three. By midday, the riders begin preparing quietly for separation. Saddlebags reorganized, ammunition divided, money counted carefully. Too carefully. You notice Boone watching the money sacks with unreadable eyes, while Mercer keeps one hand near his revolver, almost unconsciously now. Trust finally wearing thin. Historically, many outlaw gangs end exactly this way. Not in glorious final gunfights, in fragmentation, men drifting apart under pressure before betrayal, arrest, or death eventually catches up separately. The mythology prefers dramatic endings. Reality prefers exhaustion. Before departure, Harlan unfolds one last newspaper collected from town below. The front page carries fresh reports about increased railroad security and expanding federal cooperation against frontier gangs. The language sounds almost triumphant. Order coming to the West. Lawless elements under pressure. The frontier civilizes. Mercer laughs softly after reading. Guess we old news now. Maybe. Or maybe becoming legends already. That strange transformation seems to happen while people are still alive. Newspapers exaggerate. Dime novels romanticize. Stories grow larger than reality almost immediately. Meanwhile, the actual outlaws sit around dusty campfires with aching backs, wondering where to sleep next week. By afternoon, the horses are ready. The group stands awkwardly near the rocks beneath enormous western sky, stretching endlessly overhead. No speeches, no emotional declarations. Frontiermen rarely perform feelings openly. Still, the silence says enough. Eli shakes hands with Boone. Fletcher nods once toward Mercer. Harlan adjusts his old coat slowly before mounting. And for a moment, everyone simply looks around at the hills, the distant railroad town, the telegraph wires stretching across the plains, the fading wilderness beyond. The West changing right in front of them. Then Boone speaks quietly. "Reckon someday folks won't believe how hard this country was." Mercer snorts. "Someday folks won't believe any truth at all." Perhaps he is right. Future generations will imagine polished gunfighters beneath perfect sunset, heroic duels, romantic freedom. Not mud, not fever, not fear and loneliness and cold beans beside dying fires. The riders finally separate beneath the afternoon sun. Different trails, different directions. The group dissolves quickly across the hills until only dust remains drifting above the prairie. Mercer and Eli ride westward beside you through open country where telegraph poles march endlessly toward the horizon. Neither man speaks for a very long time. Then Eli finally asks the question lingering over everything. What happens now? Mercer looks older than ever in the fading light. Now, he glances toward the railroad smoke rising far behind them. Now the west keeps changing. Simple answer, true answer. As evening settles slowly across the plains, the remaining riders continue toward distant mountains, while civilization glows brighter every year behind them. And somewhere in that growing modern world, the outlaw era is already becoming a story people will soon remember far differently than it truly was. The mountains rise slowly out of the western haze over the next several days. Dark shapes at first, then sharper ridges streaked with snow and pine forests clinging stubbornly to steep slopes above narrow valleys. The air grows colder again the farther west you ride with Mercer and Eli, though the sky remains painfully clear now, bright blue stretching endlessly above a frontier already beginning to fade behind you. The three of you travel quietly, not because there is nothing left to say, because too much has already been understood. The outlaw life has narrowed down to this at last. Three tired riders following uncertain trails through country growing smaller every season beneath railroad smoke and telegraph wires. No grand gang anymore. No legendary future waiting somewhere beyond the mountains. Just movement. Always movement. Mercer seems older each morning now. He rubs his knees before mounting, sleeps harder beside campfires, stares longer toward distant towns without speaking. The West ages men quickly, and sometimes all at once. One evening near sunset, you stop beside a lonely graveyard overlooking a mining settlement nearly abandoned after silver prices collapsed. Wind pushes dry grass through crooked wooden markers, while broken fences lean sideways beneath years of weather. Most graves belong to people younger than Mercer, younger than Boone, younger than nearly everyone you rode beside these past months. Fever, mining accidents, childbirth, freezing weather, gunshot wounds. The frontier kills widely and without much preference. Eli studies the markers uneasily. Whole country full of graves. Mercer nods once. Always was. Interesting thing about the Old West. The mythology remembers famous deaths loudly, but forgets ordinary ones almost immediately. Yet ordinary deaths built the frontier far more than gunfighters ever did. Thousands of nameless people crossing plains, digging rail lines, driving cattle, raising children, freezing through winters, trying stubbornly to survive. The outlaws were only one thread inside something much larger. That realization settles quietly over you while the three riders continue west through narrow mountain passes beneath darkening skies. Several days later you reach a tiny settlement tucked deep in the foothills where lumber workers trade supplies beside a rushing river. No telegraph office, no railroad nearby yet. For the first time in weeks, the world feels slower again. Temporary illusion, perhaps, but comforting. Mercer rents a small cabin near the edge of town, using cash wrapped carefully inside oilcloth. The owner asks few questions. Frontier courtesy still surviving in isolated places. For a while, life becomes strangely calm. Coffee beside the stove. Repairing tack. listening to river water crash against rocks outside during long evenings. Eli even laughs again occasionally, yet the peace never fully settles. Too many habits remain. Mercer still checks windows before sleeping. Eli still watches strangers carefully in town, and newspapers continue arriving twice monthly, carried by freight wagons from the east. Always the newspapers. One evening, Mercer unfolds a fresh edition beside the stove, while snow drifts softly beyond the cabin windows. The headline catches his eye immediately. Notorious outlaw gang believed scattered. Several names appear inside the article, some exaggerated, some incorrect. One rider already rumored dead despite being very much alive last week. Another supposedly escaped to Mexico. The stories continue growing larger, even while the truth dissolves. Mercer laughs quietly. Reckon we legends now. Yet there is sadness beneath the humor, because the legends no longer belong to the men themselves. Newspapers, dime novels, and Eastern readers have taken ownership of the outlaw story now. The real people fade. The myth survives. Winter deepens around the mountain settlement afterward. Snow piles against the cabin walls, while the river freezes slowly along its edges. Weeks pass quietly. No robberies, no posses, no gunfire. And gradually, you begin noticing something strange. Mercer seems uncertain what to do with peace. The outlaw life trains people toward motion, suspicion, and danger, until stillness itself feels unnatural afterward. One night he sits beside the fire long after Eli falls asleep. "You know what scares me most?" he asks quietly. "You wait. That may be country already moved on without us." There it is, the final truth underneath everything. The West is not ending in one dramatic moment beneath blazing sunsets and heroic gunfights. It is simply continuing forward. Railroads expanding, towns growing, families settling, telegraph wires spreading, modern America building itself across the plains, 1 mile at a time, and the classic outlaw slowly becoming unnecessary inside that new world. Spring eventually begins touching the mountains weeks later. Snow melts from the lower valleys, rivers swell, birds return to the pine forests, life moving forward again. One morning, Eli leaves before sunrise, carrying supplies and a borrowed horse. No dramatic farewell. Just a note beside the coffee pot saying he heard about ranch work farther north. Maybe true, maybe not. Mercer reads the note once and folds it quietly into his coat pocket. "Smart kid," he murmurs. After Eli leaves, the cabin feels enormously quiet. Days stretch slower afterward. And eventually Mercer begins speaking less about robberies or posses or famous outlaws. Mostly he talks about weather now, horses, fishing streams nearby, ordinary things, as though some part of him is finally trying to step out of the old stories too. Then one evening, standing outside the cabin beneath enormous western sky glowing gold at sunset, you realize something almost peaceful. The Old West was never truly about gunfighters. Not really. It was about people struggling through enormous lonely spaces during a time when the country itself was changing faster than anyone could fully understand. Outlaws simply became the loudest symbols afterward. But the real frontier was colder, hungrier, more uncertain, and far more human than the legends ever admitted. The wind moves softly through the pines while the river rushes steadily below the mountain trail. Far away beyond the valleys, train whistles echo faintly across the growing nation. The future continuing west. And somewhere behind it all now, The outlaw era slowly fades into campfire stories, newspaper myths, forgotten graves, and dust drifting endlessly across the plains beneath the evening sky. The night grows quieter around you, the mountains darken, the stars emerge one by one overhead, and at last the restless frontier finally begins to sleep. Good night, my friend.